morning light, catching waves with voices bright. Set your course for tales untold, entertainment pure and bold. Come aboard this journey new, stories fresh with morning new. Saturdays are time to shine, positively Pat's lifeline. Positively Pat's Sim Show, every tale a treasure trove. Tune in now and set your sails, laughs and chats and wondrous tales. We ride the waves of joy and cheer, every week we're standing here. Everyone keeps spirits high, morning sun in every eye. From epic quests to daily news, listen up, there's much to choose. Every word a gem we share, Saturday we conquer air. Positively Pat's Sim Show, every tale a treasure trove. Tune in now and set your sails, laughs and chats and wondrous tales. We ride the waves of joy and cheer, every week we're standing here. Everyone keeps spirits high, morning sun in every eye. In every eye. Positively Pat's Sim Show, every tale a treasure trove. Tune in now and set your sails, laughs and chats and wondrous tales. We ride the waves of joy and cheer, every week we're standing here. Everyone keeps spirits high, morning sun in every eye. In every eye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the greatest Saturday morning show on the planet. I am talking, of course, about this show, the Positively Pat Sims Show. Sims Nation, it's great to have you here. Whether you're listening to us this morning on WANT Radio via Live 365 or the all-new WANTradio.com website, however you join us. But we are also live streaming this morning on YouTube with live chat. And today we are talking about, as you can obviously see, something that is a topic that I am genuinely excited about. That is the cinematic history of Batman. And my guest this morning has not arrived yet. So as of right now, you only have me. So, which is fine. It's fine, people. It's fine. I do have a few things I want to kind of talk about really quickly before we jump into Batman. And that is last weekend, as soon as we were done with this show, we hopped over to the Orange County Fair before jumping in. I know we came in a little bit late with our honest review of Jaws last week, but we should be right on schedule today for our honest review at 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern, for our honest review of Fit for TV, the reality of The Biggest Loser, the all-new docuseries on Netflix. But last week we were at the Orange County Fair, and I want to show you guys a couple of things. But I'm going to wait on one of them until Ashton comes on just to get his thoughts on it. But this is one of the things. So the Infinity Gauntlet ring that I was wearing was not of the highest quality, and so it was turning my finger green all the time. So I wanted to get a replacement, and on my pinky here is a pirate ring, and then this is a silver version of the Lord of the Rings ring. So I got something that's kind of in the middle. I'm going to show you guys. There it is. For those of you on WANT, it is essentially a very large ring with a skull and a crown on it. The crowns kind of point up. They're like, they come to a point. So they kind of reminded me of Sauron from Lord of the Rings. And the skull, of course, very reminiscent of a pirate, the Jolly Roger. And so that's why I fell in love with that one and said, that's the one right there. There were a couple that I was looking at, but this is the one I liked, and I thought it was better. It was heavier. It's got some weight, some girth to it. And there was another place that sold, you can get more for less, but I felt like it was going to be more green fingers and poor quality that you would get for the price. So the other thing is right over here off to the side waiting. But I want to show you guys something that I think is really good for today's topic. All right. It's a book that I bought off of Amazon that you can get. You can also go to Barnes & Noble, but I found it was a little bit cheaper going through Amazon, but which is kind of the only reason why I used it. Otherwise, I love supporting local bookstores and that kind of thing. My Batmobile book was bought through Barnes & Noble. I prefer that, but sometimes you need the cheaper option. This is the DC Cinematic Universe, a celebration of DC at the movies. This book is incredible. It literally has everything. It's not just the DCEU, because this does not include James Gunn's DCU. All right, this was made before James Gunn kicked off the DCU. I'll tell you a little bit here about it before we jump into the show. So in terms of where it starts, you're looking at starting at 1941 with the Adventures of Captain Marvel. Yes, DC had a character called Captain Marvel. And then moving into The Batman in 1943, a film we will not be covering as I've never seen it. There's also The New Adventures of Batman and Robin in 1949. Again, a movie we haven't seen. I'm sure Ashton hasn't seen it either once he jumps on. But the last thing in here that this book will cover is Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. So this takes you basically cinematically through every DC film all the way up until the end of the DCEU. All right, so if you've been a fan of DC films, this is definitely a book to get. And I do want to quickly kind of skim over the old Batman movies. All right, and there's a lot of cool things in here, a lot of neat things to see. The Batman, I'll turn this around a little bit for you here. So here you go. That is the original Batman in films. Not a very imposing character, but to be fair, this is 1941. I'm sure not a lot of money went into this thing. It's really, when you look at it, it's just slightly less impressive than Adam West's, if we're going to be honest here. But it is all in black and white. Was release date July 16th to October 22nd, 1993. Released by Columbia. Released to theaters, again, it looks like in 1954 and 1962. Lewis Wilson was Batman. Douglas Croft, J. Carroll Naish, Shirley Patterson, William Austin. Directed by Lambert Hillier. And it was 260 minutes, broken up into 15 chapters. For those of you wondering what in the heck does that mean, back in the day, we didn't just a lot of things weren't made just full-length feature films like today. They were broken up into movie serials. And if you watch Star Wars, that's essentially where George Lucas got his episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, because he was a fan growing up of those movie serials like Flash Gordon and things like that. So The Batman was essentially a 15-chapter movie serial. And if you watch them all in a row, it was 260 minutes. So that's The Batman. And I'm just trying to get a little bit of an idea here, if it'll show me. So it looks like Dr. Draka was the villain of the film. And he would create mindless zombies. And it was an idea that was lifted straight from the pulp tales of the era. The serial's screenwriters were nominated for a 1944 Hugo Award. And we did have Douglas Croft, by the way, was Robin in the film, and he was a child star in the 1940s. He was 16 years old at the time of filming. The Batman was 23-year-old Lewis Wilson's third role and screen debut. He worked as an actor until 1973 and is best remembered as the first Dark Knight. And the new adventures of Batman and Robin was Batman was a former baseball player and boxer, Robert Lowry, who also starred in Drums, Along the Mohawk, and the 1940 epic The Mask of Zorro. We also have Johnny Duncan, Jane Addams, Lyle Talbot, Ralph Graves, Don C. Harvey, directed by Spencer Gordon. And you had the anonymous evil mastermind, The Wizard, who was created specifically for this serial, this film. Because, again, this was not just a one long film. This was a movie serial. All right, so this one topped in at 260 minutes. Again, 15 chapters. So the new adventures of Batman and Robin is quite the cinematic seating if you're sitting down. I mean, you're talking about over 4 hours. So this is like Zack Snyder's Batman and Robin. Oh, man. But once we get past that, I think we get into the films that a lot of people, except for maybe the new generation, have seen. All right, when you're talking about movie serials and stuff, I mean, I think we're starting. I think a lot of people are starting to age out of remembering the days of the movie serials. I was not around for movie serials. My parents might remember those, but I definitely don't know. I know, like I said, George Lucas, who's much older today, remembers those, thus giving him the inspiration for the episodic format of Star Wars and the presentation of Star Wars. I want to give a big shout out and a welcome to Universal. Welcome back, sir. I know you tried jumping on last week, but we suffered from some pretty major technical glitches during the show, and it was really screwing up with our video. So I want to thank you for coming back and giving us a shot here on today's episode, The Cinematic History of Batman. I'm sure you're going to have some great tidbits for us and our listeners and our viewers. So it's always great to have you on here as we hopefully await the arrival of my guest, Ashton Harris, because I kind of thought this would be a fun thing for just Ashton and I, and so I didn't set up a co-host today. My son is not here, and I thought my wife maybe wouldn't be able to fully participate in a strictly Batman thing unless I gave her notes. If I gave my wife notes, she'd probably do it right. But I do want to know how everyone's doing out there in the Sims Nation. So please make sure you jump into the live chat. Say hello. Give me a little wave there. Let me say hello back. Tell me how you're doing. And one interesting question would be, before I set up a poll in during our first during our first musical little interlude at the top of the next hour, put in the chat, put in the chat what you think is the best Batman movie of all time. All right. And let me just say what we're going to cover today before we jump into this. There's going to be a couple of omissions that you guys might notice because we are only covering theatrical Batman releases. So we're not going to be talking about any television shows or anything like that. We are also focusing mainly on live action Batman films. And Batman Returns is a Christmas movie. Thank you very much. But we are also going to be including one animated film. And for those of you who are fans of Batman the Animated Series, unfortunately, it's not Mask of the Phantasm. I would prefer to save that for a DC animated episode down the line. No, what I am including today, unless we start getting low on time, that'll be the one we end up skipping. But we want to include the Lego Batman movie today. So what we're going to be covering in terms of films is the 1966 Batman the Movie, starring Adam West and Burt Ward, as well as several big names as the villains. This was something that if we did it today would have to be something you'd have to build towards. And interestingly enough, the film was made to promote and see if a television show would work. So that's where we're going to start. We're going to jump then into the 1989 Tim Burton Batman and transition into Batman Returns, the sequel. And then from there, we go into Batman Forever, Batman and Robin, Batman Begins, The Dark Knight Rises, Batman v Superman, the Lego Batman movie, Zack Snyder's Justice League, because we don't like to discuss the Justice League here on the Positively Pat Sim Show. Zack Snyder's is the definitive version. And then you have, capping it all out, the last Batman film to be released in theaters, The Batman. And if there's time, we might discuss a little bit about where we go from here. What does the future of Batman in the cinema look like? We do know that it does look like there is a script. I don't know if it's the script, but there is a script for The Batman 2. But, there's still a lot of questions about that film. And the role of Batman in general in the new DCEU. How does Batman fit in with this new James Gunn universe that is completely different from what we've seen before from the DCEU, from the Snyderverse? And you can see this is the Superman from that film. And what's Batman going to look like? How's he going to feel in the film? Is James Gunn going to have him strictly adhere to the quote-unquote no-kill rule? There's so many questions there was a glimpse of Batman in Creature Commandos that I'm aware of. But it's going to be an interesting time. I don't know if it's going to be for everyone. Obviously, Superman was very divisive. There is a very large amount of people that enjoyed the film, but there's also a very large amount of people that left disappointed, that didn't think that it lived up to expectations, and that it was not the best start for the new DCEU, especially when you consider that Man of Steel currently still holds the highest worldwide box office for a Superman film. For a standalone Superman film. And there's a lot of things that, let's be honest, I'm keeping an eye on and keeping in my head, which is the idea that we're living in a different time. Yes, I know prices are more expensive, and because prices are more expensive, there are a lot of people who are not going to theaters and they're waiting for streaming, and things are coming to streaming very quickly. And when that happens, if you know that a film's coming to streaming in just, a month or two, why waste your money going to the theaters when you can spend far less to get more and just check it out on Max, Peacock, Disney Plus, whatever the case may be. So, Universal says it's a tie for best Batman movie. Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. Now, Batman Begins, I'll be honest, that grew on me. That took a minute because I think I was one of those that always really wanted. I just wanted Michael Keaton to come back and Tim Burton to come back and save Batman. Little did I know that it was actually going to be Christopher Nolan and an all-new actor. So, I was very hesitant. I was one of those, much like how my wife is, I was one of those where I was like, no, stop rebooting everything. I don't want to see a new this. I don't want to see a new that. If you're going to do Batman, give me the one I like. That was how I was. And, that doesn't always happen. So you got to take the good with the bad. But I saw Batman Begins. I also saw it probably in a way that didn't help much. I went to an old kind of rundown drive-in theater. Those were kind of going away at the time, but I did go to an old drive-in and see it, and it was kind of underwhelming in that situation. It wasn't until I saw it at home when the film kind of grew on me, and I was like, actually, this is pretty good. And The Dark Knight, there was no question that was a fantastic film. My wife and I went to go see it when it came out. Anybody that says a lot of us look at it because of the tragedy that happened with Heath Ledger, I think that's wrong. I think The Dark Knight would have done well regardless, and I think people would have praised Heath Ledger's performance as the Dark Knight. Only 2 Batman movies lost money, Batman and Robin and Batman Begins, surprisingly. And again, I think a lot of people were hesitant to give Batman Begins a legit shot. I would probably guess and wager Universal that Batman Begins did well on home video, like DVDs and stuff like that. That really, and it was very well received from those that did see it. So there's a lot of films back in the day that if they didn't do well in theaters, they would make their money back on home releases like VHS, DVD, Blu-ray. And nowadays it's different because everything is streaming. And you can still buy or rent, like on Amazon, you can still buy or rent a movie through that service, but for the most part, people just wait for it to stream on a service that they already pay for to get everything, right? But yeah, I think a lot of people went the same route that I did with Batman Begins, and that was to They gave it a shot on home video. Maybe they just went to Blockbuster on a whim and rented. For those of you who don't know how that works, we went to Blockbuster. We rented a DVD, or in my case, way back in the day, a VHS. And we came back and we watched it, and then we took it back. That was how we rented back in the day. And I think that's probably more how Batman Begins started becoming successful, and people took notice of it. And the next part of the chat here, Superman is already on streaming. Superman is projected to lose over $100 million. And again, I think one of the big reasons why that is because of streaming. I mean, I don't think anybody is becoming a new subscriber. I don't even think it's on HBO Max yet, though. I don't know. I haven't gone into HBO Max in a while. It's not my favorite streaming service. But in terms of what will make Superman a success, I think it's got to be merchandise, and they've got to make their money back on these streaming sales. But we know that Superman's not doing great on streaming sales. It's getting beat out by almost everybody. The only place it's doing really well is on torrent streaming, torrent download sites, where its numbers are much higher, which means that people want to see the film, but they don't want to support the filmmakers and Warner Brothers to do it. All right. Always wanted to do a drive-in, never did. So those need to come back. I mean, I think it's a good idea, like for a date night, maybe like to do once, I guess, but the experience has to be just right. There's a lot of things that go, like the sound is pretty bad because you have to attach it to your antenna, or you go to a certain station. Usually it's like a crappy AM station, so it sounds bad. And you're outside in the elements, and sometimes the picture doesn't look great. So, I mean, a theater is always a better option, but there is sort of this romanticism that comes with a drive-in. There, you saw it in movies a lot back in the day, and I mean, I think I liked them better as a child. Like looking now, I'm kind of like, not something I'm interested in. Lois and Clark was the best Superman TV show. I like the show Small. You mean Smallville? Yeah, not Smallwood. Smallville as a TV show. Unfortunately, we're not talking about TV shows today. They should have a show like that for Batman, if not already. I mean, they've had shows for Batman. Obviously, Adam West was a TV show that very campy, very comedy, over-the-top show. We've had Gotham as a show. Batman the Animated Series. There's been quite a few Batman shows over the years. Never heard of Lois and Clark. I'll have to check it out. Smallville. Phone auto-corrected. So, all right, guys. So, yeah. But I want to go back in time here, and I want to start from the beginning of where we want to start. We talked about The Batman and the Adventures of Batman and Robin from the 1940s. And Adventures of Batman and Robin was 1949. Batman hit the big screen as a full-length feature film for the first time in 1966. In fact, Batman the movie was released on July 30th, 1966 in Hollywood. It says it was also re-released in June of 1992 here in the U.S. And here's the stars of your film. You have Adam West as Batman, Burt Ward as Robin, Lee Merriweather is your Catwoman. You have Frank Gorshin as the Riddler, Burgess Meredith, everyone knows from Rocky, was the Penguin. Cesar Romero, with his infamous mustache, was the Joker. All right. And it's basically you have Batman facing his most famous villains all in one film. And then from there on out, the television show would focus on one of the villains for each one. But a lot of people, they still have that image in their head of Adam West's Batman. They still have that image in their head of Cesar Romero's Joker. Burgess Meredith's Penguin would walk around. And he did wear that little nose prosthetic to make his nose a bit longer. Frank Gorshin, of course, is the Riddler. We did have multiple Catwomen for the run of Batman during its time. But a little bit more about this one. Is directed by Leslie H. Martinson and written by Lorenzo Semple Jr. Running time, 104 minutes. So under 2 hours, more than an hour and a half. So right in the middle there. And what it made, including rentals at the box office, $3.9 million. Now, what I don't have here is what the budget for the film was. I'd imagine if you're doing a book, as I showed you guys earlier, DC, the Cinematic Universe, probably don't want to talk about how much you spent on a film very much. But the Batman the movie has never been something that I've gone back and watched and been like really happy to sit down and watch it. And this is just me. This is my honest opinion. We're going to have to do an honest review of these movies and shows at some point. But Batman the movie and the Batman TV show represented an era of Batman I am not a huge fan of. It is an era of Batman. It's a part of the character's history, but I have always been more of a fan of, I guess, like the darker side of characters. I like a serious take on a character. I like when a character is treated with respect. And I think superheroes need to be treated like there's a bit of awe about them. Like, it's good to have an aura about you that when you see the character, you're kind of like, whoa, right? Superheroes should be larger than life in some way, shape, or form. And it's why I was very taken by Tim Burton's world for Batman. It's why Christopher Reeve's Superman stood out to me, because I thought that Richard Donner really understood the assignment of taking Superman and making him larger than life while still keeping him a positive sign of and symbol of hope. And Christopher Reeve stood as the ultimate version of Superman for a lot of people for a very, very long time, and to this day is still viewed by many as the definitive version of the Man of Steel. I don't know if there's anybody apart from Adam West that still considers this version of Batman the ultimate definitive version of Batman. I just don't. I've never seen anyone online fight for it. I've never had anybody in my life come to me and fight for it. It just didn't happen. So, yeah, I mean, the film itself, if you go in knowing what it is, you can kind of have fun with it. It's almost like if you go into it imagining you're watching a parody of Batman instead of a legit serious take on the character. I mean, it is the complete opposite. If you look at Batman the movie versus the Batman, those are two complete 180 opposite films. All right. And that's the one thing I didn't check to see if this book included. I'm going to do that really quick while I've got you guys here. Yes, the Batman is in here because I figured Aquaman came out later after the Batman. But the one thing that is not included in here, shockingly enough, because reasons, and we'll get into that later, but the 2017 version of Justice League is here. But I'm just looking to see if they actually... Yes, they do actually give credit to the Snyder Cut in a small little box in the upper right-hand corner of the page. That's it, though. It's just a small little thing that after an intensive fan campaign, Zack Snyder got to realize his vision for the movie in a revised and extended cut. It was not revised or extended. It was the cut. It was the original cut. It was his cut that he just finished up. All right. So that's kind of funny how they try to word things. All right, let's get to the chat here. They should have a show like that. We saw Never Heard of Lois, Smallville, Phone Autocorrect, Brightburn was amazing. Okay, apparently I know more about Superman than I thought. Well, technically Brightburn isn't Superman, but it's a character it's like if Superman grew up evil, but it's technically not Superman. I need to start on Batman now. Yes, you do. Batman is the greatest. Batman is amazing. I was disappointed with the movie where the clueless chick was in it. That would be Batman and Robin, with George Clooney, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Uma Thurman, which has its kind of like a parody of Batman if you look at the film, but in a way that I like more than the Adam West one, and a lot of it's just because the writing, instead of just being cringe writing, it's cringe writing, but that movie is the king of puns and one-liners. Michelle Pfeiffer is hands down the greatest and best Catwoman ever. I don't believe anyone will ever do or be better than her, ever, in caps. You never answered my question. I didn't see it. Why is Batman your favorite out of all superheroes in comics? I think one of the reasons is because I've always liked the darker characters. I like characters that have an edge to them, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I'm not really that type in real life. I'm not a dark guy. I'm not mysterious. I'm not the bad boy and all that stuff. I am who I am. I'm generally a positive person, a happy person. I grew up that way. And Batman was always that kind of 180 for me, and I always like that. I always like characters that are kind of that 180 for me because it's different. It lets me kind of lose myself in it and imagine what would it be like if I were like that, if I were that type of a person, if I was that type of a character. In wrestling, I grew up loving The Undertaker. The Undertaker is my favorite character. Again, that's a very dark, stoic, imposing character. Batman, and I forgot to do something. Hold on, folks. Boom. Yeah, just that little thing. Turning the bat signal on behind me makes a big difference to me. But now, Batman, The Undertaker, Batman, they always represented this darker side that I think we all have. I know I do have that darker side. I just don't let it out all the time. That's kind of caged in. Superman represents hope. Superman represents the best in us. I think if I was to pick a superhero that best represented me, I would, and I'm not trying to be egotistical or anything, but I would choose Superman in that case. And I think that the idea of Batman and Superman create this great dichotomy, this great back and forth, this yin and yang. And I think Batman also looks cool in most iterations. You know, the Michael Keaton Batman suit in Batman and Batman Forever, very imposing. And you don't have to be a big guy to look imposing as Batman, but Batman generally is, in the comics, is a big dude. The Arkham versions are great. The Batman Begins suit, I actually really loved the Batman Begins suit. I thought it looked better to me than the Dark Knight suit and the Dark Knight Rises, mainly because I always like when I can really see the symbol, and in the Dark Knight and the Dark Knight Rises, the symbol gets lost in the suit. You only know that's Batman because of the silhouette of it. And of course, I love the Ben Affleck Batman v Superman, Zack Snyder's Justice League version of the bat suit that's based off of Batman or the Dark Knight Returns, with the big symbol there, and of course it's tattooed right there on my arm. I also, if you guys don't know, on my chest I have a tattoo of the bat symbol. It looks more like the one behind me. Sorry, it's not mirrored in front of me here, but it's more like this symbol here. But yeah, it's Batman's just cool. You know, Batman's not a metahuman. He's not a superhero like Superman that has all these special powers. Batman has to use, yes, he's rich, but he's got to use his mental prowess. He's a detective. He's very smart. He works super hard to be massive and strong. He's trained in all kinds of martial arts. He's a great fighter, and he's always planning everything out. He has contingency plans for everything and everyone. You know, Ashton, last time we talked about Batman, he mentioned that when Batman's been defeated several times because he wasn't prepared for the fight. When Batman can prepare for the fight, he's almost unbeatable. Batman has even defeated DC's pretty much strongest villain in Darkseid. So, Wolverine and Deadpool is a great yin-yang too. Yeah, in a sense. They're both kind of, I would say in terms of personalities, yes. Because Deadpool is that sarcastic, comedic character, whereas Wolverine is more of a straight edge kind of character. If you were like Batman, dude, we would be so rich. Yeah. Well, if I were like Bruce Wayne, yes. Deadpool's my favorite. That latest movie alone made me a fan. Michael Keaton is the Batman. He's the Christopher Reeve of Batman. I think what Michael Keaton's version of Batman did was Tim Burton's Batman film and Michael Keaton's portrayal of Batman allowed everyone to proudly stand up and say, I'm a fan of Batman. And I want you to think about that for a second. Adam West's Batman was a kid's show because comic books were always looked at as a kid's medium. It was like, comic books, oh, that's for kids. And if you were an adult and you were a fan of comic books, you were called a nerd. You were called derogatory terms by a lot of people because comic books were for kids. That was the thinking of people back in the day. When Superman came out, it started becoming a little bit different, but Superman was still a very bright, colorful film that adults could like and could kind of like in secret while children were beaming and going crazy about it. And the same thing happened in professional wrestling. As much as I praised Hogan for what he did for the business and everything, the truth is that most adults didn't really come out of the woodwork and proudly, teenagers especially and adults didn't start proudly coming out and shouting at the rooftops that they have not just were wrestling fans at that time, but have been wrestling fans was during the Attitude Era. It became acceptable when Stone Cold was running over everybody, when The Undertaker was at his darkest, when The Rock was making his ascent. It was acceptable for people to get up and go, yeah, I'm a wrestling fan. I'm wearing my wrestling outfits everywhere I go. You saw NWO shirts everywhere. You saw Stone Cold Austin 316 shirts everywhere. It became acceptable. When Batman came out in 1989 and Tim Burton led the charge, Michael Keaton donned the cowl, it became acceptable for adults to wear Batman merchandise, to have a Batman t-shirt on, to have a Batman hat, to wear a Batman necklace, to have Batman posters on your wall. As an adult, we never faulted kids for liking superhero characters, but without Batman being as good as it was, we're not where we are today in the superhero genre. You could also make the case for Superman as well. Without Richard Donner's Superman, we're not where we are today. Because if Richard Donner's Superman had just been a campy comedy, might not have done well. And originally, Batman was looking like it was going to be more of a campy comedy until, luckily, cooler and better heads prevailed. And it was not. Excuse me, I need some water. Because I don't have anyone here to bounce ideas off of. So, again, hopefully, Ashton will be on today. I don't know. I haven't heard anything from him yet. But here's hoping. But anyway, to wrap up Batman the movie, for those of you who, again, if you're looking at this as a comedy, looking at this as more of like the Naked Gun of Batman movies, and you're looking for some kind of, laughs, it's worth checking out at least once if you haven't seen it. This is the film with the infamous shark repellent. When they're in the Batcopter, Robin is flying, Batman's on the ladder, which is probably the Bat ladder. And the shark gets a hold of Batman's leg, and they're pulling up, and Robin shows off his incredible acrobatic skills by hooking his legs through the ladder, bending backwards, and giving Batman this shark repellent spray, which thank goodness they have it. But I mean, in all truth, it's kind of like, yeah, Batman prepares for everything. And this is further proof of it. And so we get rid of the Batman. And like, there's characters that are turned into basically into dust. They're dehydrated. And then they rehydrate them. And they're poof back to normal. So there's a lot of ridiculous things in the film. This has Batman running with the bomb. So if you've ever seen Batman running around with this lit bomb, and it's huge, like it's just this massive thing. It's funny. All right. So if you go into it expecting it, just thinking of it more as a comedy, don't take it seriously. You'll be all right. Don't compare it to any Batman that's ever come since. But, yeah, it's pretty crazy. All right, guys, before we take our first musical interlude, again, I want to thank everyone for joining us on YouTube as well as on WANT Radio. I appreciate each and every one of you. And we don't officially have a sponsor, but I met with these guys on Saturday, and I promised them that I was going to give them free time on this show. And so, guys, I want to give a big shout out to the folks at Redbeards. All right. Redbeards, getredbeards.com. Go to Instagram and follow them at getredbeards. And they make some amazing dry rub seasonings and hot sauces that you will ever taste in your life. We bought 3 while we were at the fair on Saturday, and it is excellent. It is absolutely excellent. We got it's the hottest one that they make, and the hottest one they make, my favorite thing about it, it tastes delicious. It has the heat I want. It's not overpowering, but it's really good. It lasts, and it tastes amazing. All of their seasonings that we've used, we have an all-purpose seasoning that's delicious. We have a steak seasoning that's amazing. I made some incredible porterhouses on Thursday with the seasoning. I then put, when I had the last one yesterday, I poured some of the hot sauce on it as well and turned it into an absolute treat. And the other seasoning I used on our chicken breasts on Tuesday, and it was fantastic. So, guys, use the code makes it better, all in one. Don't do it. Don't spread it out there. Makes it better, all in one, no spaces, and you'll get 10% off your next order at getredbeards.com. So, if you're listening, Redbeards, if you want to officially sponsor the show, I'm more than happy to start making $1 or $2 on this bad boy. All right, guys. Hopefully, again, we'll get Ashton on here. I can try to set up to get my wife on so that we at least have somebody to kind of bounce back and forth with. I'll just have to turn on our studio mode in our OBS studio here and try to figure out how to get her in on this bad boy. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick 4-minute musical interlude here in just a second. And while we do that, I'll see what's going on. But until that time, another reminder here that if you're also looking for more Positively Pat Sims, just get over to our social media right here on YouTube and on Facebook, Positively Pat Sims. Go to Instagram or TikTok at Positively Pat Sims. On X, it's at Real Pat Sims. The show's not over, guys. I'm just giving you information. Don't go anywhere. All right. And also get over to positivelypatsims.printful.me. And we have a very special thing going on right now to where the first 100 orders are getting a special surprise from me personally, Positively Pat Sims. So please help support this show. If you enjoy the show at all, get on over to positivelypatsims.printful.me and order your Positively Pat Sims merch. We've got stuff like this shirt here promoting this show. We've got stuff promoting honest reviews and just my brand, Positively Pat Sims in general. And we also are going to be coming out with this week. It's been tough for me to get it out this previous week. But this week, we're going to be coming out with products for our all-new show, our show about health, fitness, inspiration, motivation, and information, Warriors Unleashed, which aired last night when we talked about why do we fall. And if you're a fan of Batman Begins, you know that saying, why do we fall? So we can learn to pick ourselves up. All right. So if you haven't checked out Warriors Unleashed, we have 2 episodes that have aired. both of them are available right now on YouTube on demand. The first episode is currently also streaming audio-wise on Spotify, and the second one will be released this Monday as we release all of our shows on audio on demand on Spotify every Monday. So keep track of that. All right, guys. That's going to do it for my announcements for right now. Let's get back into it. And, guys, I'm going to play this song. This is based off of, well, I'll just let you hear it. So, because I had a lot of fun writing these songs this week because I get to write about Batman. So, you know how that is. So, guys, don't go anywhere. This is the Positively Pat Sims Show right here on WANT Radio, where if you want it, we got it, and live streaming on YouTube with live chat. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
The sky bleeds red, the bats take flight. A city trembling in the dead of night. Gotham whispers through cracked brick walls, where justice stumbles, where chaos calls. In the shadows, he stands alone. The master cape, the grave unknown. Who's the man beneath the fear? Batman's here. Batman's here. The Joker laughs his painted grin. A game of madness he's born to win. But vengeance moves like a silent blade. A war of wits in the masquerade. In the shadows, he stands alone. The master cape, the grave unknown. Who's the man beneath the fear? Batman's here. Batman's here. A boy once broken by a cruel hand, now a knight protecting a fractured land. The bat and the clown, their fates collide in Gotham's heart, where truth can hide. In the shadows, he stands alone. The master cape, the grave unknown. Who's the man beneath the fear? Batman's here. Batman's here. In the shadows, he stands alone. The master cape, the grave unknown. Who's the man beneath the fear? Batman's here. Batman's
Ladies and gentlemen, Sims Nation, Welcome back to the Positively Pat Sims Show, as we are talking about today the cinematic history of Batman, and we are trying to keep an eye on our buddy Ashton here. I hope everything's all right. The last I heard, and I might have just misunderstood, he said, I shall be in attendance, but I'm not sure. I mean, if he ended up having to work or something like that, I just didn't hear from him. But I hope everything's all right. In the meantime, I am trying to get off to the side here. I'm trying to get a setup here so I can at least maybe bring my wife on to have someone to back and forth off of. I'm also kind of going on to trying to find another Bat fanatic, if there is one, that I can bring on who might be available. So it's always a little bit better and easier for me to do these shows, the Positively Pat Sims Show anyway, if I have someone to kind of bounce off of, because this is a 4-hour program. I mean, obviously, I can get through an hour, right? Maybe a little bit more by myself. But after that, it does become a little more difficult. So it's tough for me. And but yeah, well, we're here. We are live. We are on WANT radio as well as live streaming here on YouTube. So I'm just keeping an eye on everything, keeping an eye on where we're at. And we talked last hour about a lot of different little topics here. We stayed pretty true to Batman, though. So proud of us for that. But let's kick things off this hour. I do like Batman a lot, more than any other DC hero. I just don't know why. I just don't know nearly as much as you. Well, let's jump into the era of Batman that truly made me a fan, and that is the Tim Burton era. I think the Tim Burton era of Batman, Michael Keaton in Batman 1989 and Batman Returns, is what truly really made me a fan of Batman. I'll be honest, I always liked DC's characters. All right, I always thought DC had like the best characters. Batman and his villains like the Joker, the Penguin, Catwoman, the Riddler, they were fantastic. I loved those characters. And you had Superman with Lex Luthor. You had there was the Flash. I even thought, Aquaman got a bad rap, but he was a pretty good character. DC had great characters. Where I thought DC lacked sometimes was kind of in the villain arena a little bit. Some of them were pretty ridiculous, but like you can't deny Darkseid, you can't deny Joker. Scarecrow's a great villain. So there is a lot of good. It's kind of a toss-up up and down. But in terms of storylines, I always really liked Marvel. Right? I liked a lot of the stuff. Wolverine was one of my favorite characters as well, and Wolverine was a darker character. Wolverine had a lot of really good stories. I love the Infinity Gauntlet series, Secret Wars, that kind of thing. And so I always kind of lent myself comic book wise more to Marvel, but I always liked the characters of DC. I was also a big fan of the Ninja Turtle comic book series, and but when I started reading more Batman comics, it was because of the Tim Burton Batman films, because when what you see is what you think a character is. And all I saw of Batman was what I saw from Adam West for years. That's not something I want to read a comic book about. That's not something that I'm interested in reading about. So I didn't follow Batman very much at that time. And then here I am, 9 years old, and Batman comes out, and I go, wow, wait a minute. So that's Batman? That's more of what I could see if I read a Batman comic? Now I'm interested. And I never looked back at that point. And the truth is, I love Batman. I think I enjoy Batman Returns better. I like it more. But Jack Nicholson's Joker is undeniably good. I still put it like, it's like Heath Ledger's Joker is different. It's hard to compare the two because they're two different versions of the character, right? The Heath Ledger Joker probably would have created anarchy for the Jack Nicholson version of the Joker, because the Jack Nicholson version was like the criminal, the mobster, whereas Heath Ledger's was the anarchist. He was against like everybody. He was against the mob. He was against the Batman. He was against authority. He was just there to create chaos. So both of those are right there at the top for me. So this film was released, actually I was 8 when this came out, because it came out June 19th, 1989 in Los Angeles, June 23rd, 1989 across the U.S., and August 11th, 1989 in the U.K. And I want you to think for a second. It doesn't say when it was released in China or any of these large populated places. The box office for Batman in 1989 was $411.6 million. If you were to adjust that for inflation, this is a $1 billion movie. And a lot of people don't, they'll look at a number like that and they'll think 411, like, what's the big deal? It means you didn't live through the Batman era. Batman was everywhere. This was the first time in my life that I ever heard of people buying a ticket to see a movie they didn't care about, to watch the trailer for Batman and leave. That happened. That happened and helped the box office of films that otherwise would have just tanked. It truly did. Batman's trailer alone helped other movies make money, because in 1989, there was no YouTube, there was no X or Twitter, no Facebook. There was no way to see a trailer unless you saw it in a theater or on your television screen. People were destroying bus stops to take the movie poster. Batman was a phenomenon in 1989, which tells you that not only did people have a craving for Batman, but they had a craving for this version of Batman. And sometimes, I'm going to say this, in life, timing is everything. You release this version of Batman too soon, it doesn't work. You release this version of Batman too late, it doesn't work. The timing had to be right. A lot of people don't remember this or realize Michael Keaton does not get top billing as this, even though he's pretty much the main character as Bruce Wayne and Batman. And a lot of people say, oh, it's the Joker's movie. You know, Jack Nicholson was the bigger star. That's why he got top billing. Is the Joker in the film a lot? Sure. But so is Bruce Wayne. But we always think like Batman. We want more Batman. I thought there was just the right amount of Batman in this movie. I loved the dark. I loved that there was some humor in it that I liked. I thought the bat suit looked incredible on film. And it's one of my favorite bat suits. I thought the Joker's makeup was incredible. And the fact that one of my favorite aspects of it was me realizing that the white was not makeup. The white was actually now, after being dropped into the chemicals, the white was now the actual skin tone of the Joker. And that he had to apply makeup over that to be so that he could look normal. But he still had that giant grin. He could never get rid of the giant grin there. And it was incredible to watch as they would, and knowing that they would put the white makeup on, put then another layer of makeup on that had to come off somehow. And it was, and so you would see the third, or second layer of makeup coming off, but the white was still there. Batman was inspired by Leonardo da Vinci. I'd heard about that. I'm not 100% like why or anything. He originally wore a red costume, and originally Batman had red tights, bat wings, and a domino mask. I believe the original design for Batman was what Bob Kane had created, if I'm remembering correctly. And for years, everyone gave Bob Kane all of the credit for Batman, for the character, for the look, everything about Batman. All the credit went to Bob Kane. And it wasn't till many, many years later that we find out that a lot of credit deserves to go to a man by the name of Bill Finger. And there's a documentary out called I think it's Batman and Bill, something like that. And it's an incredible story of the fight to get Bill the credit that he deserved for helping create the character of Batman. That Bob had kept him from getting his due deserves. Now, I'm not saying Bob's a bad guy. I'm not making any assumptions. I never met Bob. Bob Kane, I don't know. And I still think Bob Kane deserves credit for helping create and come up with Batman. But the idea that Bill came up with a lot more of the look that we know of today as Batman, I'm glad he's getting the credit that he very much deserves. All right. So I don't even know where I was. This is why it's good to have people to bounce back and forth off of. But this whole Batman movie just blew everyone away. I mean, I'm sure there are people that didn't like it, but I absolutely love it. And I know there's certain, like, I believe it was James Gunn actually went on one time and talked about how he didn't like Batman. He didn't like the movie. If I'm correct, because I remember seeing something where he basically said that Batman was not a good movie. And that might have been the first thing that I saw that maybe made me go, you know what? I don't know if I want to give you a chance anymore. I don't know if I want to support your cause to get this DCU started. So, but the Batmobile in this movie, off the chart good. It blew me away. It to this day is my favorite Batmobile. And my Batmobiles were displayed at the Orange County Fair this year, so very cool. And I had Batmobiles from 1966, this movie, from Batman Forever, from the Arkham Asylum games, the Dark Knight trilogy with the Tumbler, Batman v Superman, and the Batman. So 8 Batmobiles that I had were on display at the Orange County Fair. I was very proud of that. So it looks like my buddy was up late, or woke up late. His kid's friends stayed the night. It's been a bit chaotic. So Ashton is up and awake. So let me just respond to that really quick. But and hopefully you're not tuning out here, but anyway, let's get to the chat here. Harvey Dent originally had a different last name. Do you know what it was? No. No, I don't. What is it? Oh, look in the chat. Kent. Harvey Kent. So I'm glad they changed it because I wonder if they changed it because they realized, oh, wait, people might think he's related to Clark Kent.
That's exactly why.
Is that exactly why? Yeah, I figured.
It's been suggested that the name was changed to Dent because Kent is
Yeah.
the last name of Superman's alter ego.
Yep.
They didn't want gangster to be associated with the man.
Let's see. Well, you can't just talk from there and take like. All people here in the back. Many changes were made over the years until it evolved into what we have now. Bill Finger made significant contributions by suggesting a cowl, cape, gloves, and a darker costume. Well, thank you, Bill Finger. Another element of the Batman film that I love is the bat wing itself that's in the shape of this bat symbol here, and the way they were able to incorporate that shape into a really cool looking bat wing. And it's one of the coolest Lego sets that I've ever seen. Maybe as cool as what I'm about to show you. I've shown it. I think I've shown it on the show before as I knock over Beetlejuice. But I'm going to move him because he keeps having trouble staying up anyway. I think you're drunk, Beetlejuice. Go home. So I'll put somebody else there. He's having trouble. He's having trouble staying up. So this, my friends, is the Lego. I have to be very careful. This is the Lego Batmobile. See, like the bottom piece comes out. There we go. This is the Lego Batmobile from Batman 1989. For those of you on WANT, I apologize, but this is a beast of a Lego set. It took my son and I 2 days to put this together. We created our 2-man assembly line where he would find the pieces and I would assemble them. And the only reason we did it that way is because this is also a very special collector's piece for me, because it is a reward from my 2021 weight loss journey, where when I had lost, I'm trying to think, I believe it was 75 pounds. When I dropped 75, my reward was the Lego Batmobile. It was 2 Funko Pops at 25 pounds. At 50 pounds, it was like $100 to spend on Amazon, which ended up being Amazon. That's where my Kong Godzilla versus Kong poster came from. And at 75, it was this bad boy, the Batmobile, the Lego Batmobile. 100 pounds, it was my back tattoo. And when I reached my goal weight, then my reward was Disneyland, which we capitalized and which we finally did this year. And when you want to talk about worth the wait, that was worth the wait. So, all right. So Batman, again, one of my favorites. And the casting here, we got to talk about when people get cast as Batman. When Michael Keaton was cast as Batman, at the time, there was a lot of people within the comic book fandom that were basically saying, like, what are we doing here? We're going in the wrong direction. You said we were getting away from the campy, we're getting away from the comedy, and you're hiring Mr. Mom? What are you doing? What is wrong with you? If the internet existed in 1989 the way it does today, the studio probably would have been like, hey, can we maybe do somebody else? Can we go a different direction here because we're getting torn to shreds? But thank goodness the internet didn't exist, because then Warner Brothers wouldn't have pansied out, or they didn't pansy out. Tim Burton got to make the film. Tim Burton got to put Michael Keaton behind the mask. Some more information about Batman before we move on here. Also starring in this film, Kim Basinger as Vicky Vale, Robert Wool as Knox, the reporter, Pat Hingle as Commissioner Gordon, Billy D. Williams as Harvey Dent. Billy D. Williams, the original future Two-Face. Michael Goff, I don't know how you pronounce it, is Alfred. Jack Palance in there, as well as, I'm trying to think of his name, but it slipped my mind for a second. But he was the head of the crime people. He was the head of the mob, so to speak, and is taken out by Jack Nicholson's Joker to take his place. Let's see. Grissom. Mobster Gus Grissom. That's the name. All right, guys. Moving along, because we've got to keep moving. We got Batman Returns, one of the greatest Christmas movies ever made. I always liked Batman Returns. Always. As a kid, today as an adult, I liked the fact that the movie was a little darker in tone and just darker in general. And I liked the idea that there was a lot of people that didn't. A lot of people didn't like the idea that the characters named after animals were given kind of animalistic traits. Catwoman had animalistic traits to her. She gave herself a bath at one point by licking her arm and putting it over her head. She was going through the 9 lives deal, right? Danny DeVito's Penguin was a human penguin. He had flippers for hands. And the comic books kind of took their cue from the film and the success of the film, and the Penguin became kind of like that for a while. Catwoman was a much different character than she'd been in the past. Very dark again. Very kind of like feminist. You know, like one of the most famous moments in the film is Batman and Catwoman are fighting, and Batman hits Catwoman, and she looks up and goes, "How could you? I'm a woman." And Batman's like, "Oh, my bad." And she takes him out, and she's like, "Exactly. I'm a woman and should never be taken for granted." And it's like, if there was like an ultimate like feminist moment there, that was it. So Michelle Pfeiffer, fantastic job as Catwoman. Danny DeVito was almost like he was born to play this Penguin character. And Michael Keaton continued his success of playing Bruce Wayne and Batman. And a little bit more info about Batman Returns. The premiere was June 16th, 1992. And it was released nationwide June 19th, 1992. Michael Keaton, of course, Batman. Danny DeVito is Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin. Michelle Pfeiffer as Selena Kyle, Catwoman. Christopher Walken, Max Schreck. Michael Gough, Loyal Alfred. Pat Hingle as Commissioner Gordon, and Michael Murphy as the mayor of Gotham. Directed by Tim Burton. Written by Daniel Waters and Sam Hamm. Music on both Batman movie, of course, most memorable. Danny Elfman coming in and crushing it with that theme. At the box office, and of course, the film is just over 2 hours. If you weren't aware, the film is actually just over 2. It never feels that way to me. Ashton says morning from the chat. I think he is going to be jumping on, but we got to give him a moment to get his bearings, because he did get up a little late, folks. So he will be here. He will be here. And, of course, Catwoman gets the very popular I Am Catwoman, Hear Me Roar. But just over 2 hours, this film. The box office for this one, 266.8. So a pretty significant drop-off from the first. But I will say, again, we're talking about a time where comic books were kind of looked at as kid stuff. McDonald's was making Happy Meal toys, and Batman Returns was seen during that time as not being Happy Meal friendly. All right? At this time, Batman Returns was looked at by McDonald's as being a bit too dark for them. But I remember, man, I was... At this point, I would have been 11. Hadn't turned 12 yet. But I was basically looking for every bit of merchandise I could from this movie. I remember getting the McDonald's had cups. I went and got the cups. I tried to get I wasn't even into Happy Meals anymore at 11. But I was getting Happy Meals just to get Batman Return stuff. I had toys. I had all of it. I loved Batman Returns. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the Positively Pat Sim Show proudly brings to you its co-host, champion of the world, the A-Dog, Ashton Harris. Ashton, how you feeling this morning?
Good morning, Pat. It's the morning.
It is the morning, yes. And I do need to do something very quickly. So guys, please bear with me for 1 second. All right. I'm going to turn the studio mode on.
Okay.
All right. So we need to I need to do this. Now we're gonna. There we go. Now we're good there. So the reason for this is so that I can make some adjustments to Ashton's screen here, because for those of you that don't know, I did have to redo a lot of things because my wife, my amazing wife, got your man, Positively Pat Sims, a new iMac. And so we are and so what we're doing is I had to restart everything. So that meant that I had to set everything up again. And so when we set up for the Zoom call, I had to assume the correct size, so that it would look right on screen. So I'm just very quickly, before I get Ashton's thoughts on what we've already covered, before we do that, I'm just making a quick couple of adjustments here. So just bear with me 1 second. But Ashton, here's what we've talked about thus far. All right. We have talked about the old school. And by old school, I mean like the
Adam West?
What's that?
Adam West.
We went older than that. I have been using this book right here.
Ooh, that is a
All
good
right.
book.
This is an amazing book. We briefly went over really quickly the 1940s Batman serials, which was The Batman and The Adventures of Batman and Robin. I don't know anything about them because I've never seen them, so I can't comment on them.
Oh, okay, those weren't the radio program stories, right?
No. They were movie
Okay.
serials, kind of like Flash Gordon and that kind of thing.
Oh, okay, all right.
All right, so we're almost there, Ashton. Give me, just bear with me 1 more second. Remove that, and it looks like you're just in the upper corner.
I am.
Why are you just in the upper corner? What is happening? All right. Isn't this fun, Ashton? What?
It is.
Which is funny because
Ugh.
last week, here's the thing. Last week, we didn't have this problem.
Oh, well, last week I had children to take care of.
Right.
Sick child. Well, he's better now.
But see, okay, that works.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when
There I am.
when I took it off of studio mode, that helped. And see, that shot looks fine. We're good there. All right, guys, we're getting there. We're getting there. But here's the deal. Wait, give me a quick second. So here's what we're gonna do. Really quickly, guys, we're gonna do this. I'm actually gonna go ahead and play the next song. Okay? And what that'll do is that'll give me time to quickly make all the corrections I need to Ashton's screen for all the other shots I have, because I went all out on this one, getting like little wallpaper, or not wallpapers, but thumbnails so that you could see what movie we were talking about when you tuned in. So really quickly, guys, I'm just going to play for you guys one song, and then we're going to take an extended run through some Batman films before our next break at 9 o'clock. Does that sound fair?
All right.
You good with that? Okay. What'd you do? What did I hear a yeah over there? My wife, who hates it, is the one who says it the most. Yeah. L.A. Knight. Yeah. Which, speaking of which, guys, next week is our Clash in Paris preview show right here on the Positively Pat Sims Show. You're not going to want to miss that, because I don't want to miss that show. That show is one that I'm looking forward to. All right, guys, so I'm just getting the music set up here. Here we go. So we're going to be back in just over 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. This is just a short musical interlude. When we come back, everything will be good. Everything will be ready to go. And we're going to smoothly get back into the cinematic history of Batman. This is the Positively Pat Sim Show on WANT, where if you want it, we got it, and live streaming on YouTube. We'll be right back.
A city crying, shadows scream, broken glass and shattered dreams. Fear runs wild, the bat takes flight. Through Gotham's veins, he owns the night. He falls, he breaks, he bends the sky. A hero born who cannot die. The Dark Knight, the fire burns. Through the ashes, the world turns. A mask of hope, a soul in pain. The Dark Knight rises once again. Resounding whispers from the past, scars that heal but never last. Joker's laugh, a deadly game. Bane's wrath, the city's flame. He falls, he breaks, he bends the sky. A hero born who cannot die. The Dark Knight, the fire burns. Through the ashes, the world turns. A mask of hope, a soul in pain. The Dark Knight rises once again. The League of Shadows, the chaos reigns. The people tremble, the city strains. But from the pit, the light will grow. A symbol forged in the undertow. The Dark Knight, the fire burns. Through the ashes, the world turns. A mask of hope, a soul in pain. The Dark Knight rises once again. The fire burns, a mask of hope. The Dark Knight rises once
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that brief musical interlude. Early brief musical interlude by a good 21 minutes. But it gave us some time to kind of fix a couple of things that needed to be fixed. And I've gotten pretty good at that. So the fact that I was able to do everything I needed to do in 3 minutes, I'm going to give myself a little pat on the back. Or as DDP says, I'm going to give myself a self-high five. But Ashton, my friend, I'm going to stay in this full screen here because I want to show you something that I went to the Orange County Fair last Saturday. We like to go like on the last Saturday. It became a thing. Last year we went on the last Saturday. We got there right as it opened, and we were one of the first people in. You get to do everything you want to do, see everything there is to see, and you're out of there by like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And they open at 11. Like we ate fair food, And I'll be honest, I had to do something I've never done before, and I'll tell you in a little bit, Ashton. But I got two things there. I already showed the people this, but Ashton, that is my new ring.
Oh, that's a nice ring.
And
Pretty metal.
It's taking the place of my Infinity Gauntlet ring because the Infinity Gauntlet ring was making my finger green every day because it's a cheap ring. And this one I really fell in love with when I saw it because my pinky ring is Pirates and my silver ring here is a silver version of Lord of the Rings. And this ring kind of looked like a combination of the two. It kind of looks like the crown of Sauron. And
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Isn't that pretty cool? So it's kind of, and it's right in the middle, right?
The crown of Sauron on the skull of the Jolly Roger.
Right, right. But this one I thought you'd really get a kick out of. I like going to the fair and getting things I don't see just going to a store or even just seeing just on Amazon and stuff like that.
Naturally.
Right. Well, this bad boy was looking at me, and I could not.
Oh, man.
So we've got a Godzilla-esque 3D printed thing here. I really like this thing. It looks so cool. I like the kind of Godzilla X Kong style spines on the back and the movement.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
I love those things.
Yeah. Very, very cool. And guys, like if you get to go to your local fair and you find something like this, $35. Not bad. Like that's a really good price for something like that. But yeah, I took it down from my top Godzilla shelf to show you that. And this is actually, guys, Ashton's first time being back on the show since we changed the look of our show. You can no longer see into my kitchen, which is a good thing. We changed things up.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah, so 2 weeks ago, my wife has been trying to do some things for me that are for you guys. It's for the show. But we got the new iMac. It's the latest model with the best chip in it. It's got great RAM. It works super well, as you guys can see. I just had to get used to it. Last week's show was a mess from the technical standpoint. But that wasn't the computer's fault. We also got a new computer desk here that's glass and metal, as our other one was starting to fall apart on me. One of the anchors broke off. And we also have a new printer here at home, a new HP printer that's really, really nice, really good, and allowed me. My test shot was a autographed picture of CM Punk. That was my test for the picture thing there. It's over there though. It's off camera, but very, very excited. Now, Ashton, let me ask you this right off the bat: What is your go-to Batman movie? Not, it could be your favorite, but this is kind of a different thing. Like if I
want to watch a Batman movie, which one would I put on?
Which one would you pick?
Ironically enough, so yesterday I went to the comic book store.
Yes.
And you know how like they, for certain people they'll, if you ask, they'll put your name on the list, and the comic comes in.
Mm-hmm.
They say, so that's what I went. I went to go pick up my stack of comics, and I looked around and I realized I saw they had a DVD rack.
Ooh.
And I was like, what? I'm like, what do they have here? And I found what I don't have. Ironically enough,
a double feature.
a double feature.
Is it on one disc?
Batman Return. Yeah, it is.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was. I was like, do I have those movies? I don't have those movies.
That's amazing.
Why don't I have those movies? Well, I have them now.
So it would that be the first or the second?
Batman Return.
Batman Returns.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'd probably pop in Batman Return if I wanted to watch a Batman movie.
Like and it's kind of funny, when I was a kid, the first Batman always held that kind of like that special place because it was the first one that really made me a fan. I've never been, people don't understand, but I've never been a big Adam West Batman fan. I called it earlier in the show. To me, it's like a parody of Batman because it's a show made for kids. Right?
Very campy.
Very, very campy. Yeah, and it is. It's fun. And I told people, I'm not telling you not to see it. Go watch the movie, but go into it knowing what it is. And go into, like, if I'm going to watch it, I'm going to watch it going, this is not Batman. This is a parody of Batman that's meant to be funny. And if you go into it with that frame of mind, it works.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
Shark repellent, bro. But when I was younger, I always stood by that first Batman was like the Batman. That was the best Batman. But I loved Batman Returns because there was more Batman in it, right?
Yeah, that's honestly the reason why Batman Return is the one I would go to.
Right.
Because I think, what is it, like probably like for the first like half hour, no Batman?
Yep. Yeah, and the first one was definitely more of a Joker movie, like we discussed. But as I got older, I will say Batman Returns grew on me more and more and more and more as a movie that I wanted to see from beginning to end. Right? Like, there's a lot of things about Batman I find myself skipping certain parts where I'm like, okay, all right, let's get to the museum scene. Let's get to Party Man. Okay, we're done with that. All right, let's get to the parade and the Batwing, right? And then I can watch from the parade all the way to the end, no problem. But like Batman Returns, there's just something about it that I am like, and seeing Pee-wee.
Put it on, you're locked in. It's like, let's go.
Seeing Pee-wee at the beginning is always a treat. But Ashton, I do want to get your thoughts though on the original 1966 Batman the movie. And because that's long before both of our times.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, what year were you born?
86.
Okay, so that's the same year I think my brother was born. So we're 6 years apart. I'm 1980, you're 86. So our perspectives might be a little bit different on these, but not like me and my son.
Not generational difference.
No.
Not generations of differences.
But do you remember, so you would have had 3 years before Batman, so it might be tough for you to remember ages 1, 2, and 3. But before Tim Burton's Batman, this was the only Batman we had on screen. Do you remember at all seeing the show or anything like that beforehand?
I remember watching reruns of it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously we didn't see them when they first came out, but
yeah. When I was younger, I vaguely remember just catching it here and there, but not. It's on and I plop down and I'm watching it all the way through.
Right.
So that's what I remember of Adam West Batman. I know I saw the movie sometime in my 20s. I was curious. I was like, you know what? Look, I've never seen it. Let me just watch it.
Right.
And I enjoyed it. It was fun. And then, but yeah, I had the same thought. I had the same thought as you. It's clearly for children.
Right. I think the only person that took everything really serious by the sounds of the behind the scenes was Adam West. Like, it sounds like he was the only one that was like fully committed to what he was doing.
Well, he loved the role. He loved playing Batman.
Yeah. Cesar Romero wouldn't shave his mustache, famously.
Yeah, I thought I didn't know why, and I always looked at it, I was like, well, that's an interesting take that he has a mustache he just paints over. Okay.
Well,
and I didn't know because Cesar Romero didn't want to shave his mustache.
I'll be honest, I never noticed until HD came around. Because when I was growing up, I think the biggest television we had was in the 20s in terms of inches. And there was no such thing as high definition. You got what you got, and you were happy with it.
Yeah, there's a picture on the screen.
Right. And like kids don't understand today why we sat 3 inches from the television set. And your parents would give you every lie they could come up with as to why that you shouldn't do that. But yeah, we would literally, the TV was right here, and you still couldn't see details. So I never knew that. I mean, because I stopped watching that show probably by the time I was maybe 6 or 7, and then I was like, if that's Batman, I'm good. And that's when I became a Marvel fan. That's when I started reading more of the Marvel comic stuff and became a fan of Wolverine. And then the Infinity Gauntlet came out, Secret Wars. A lot of Marvel was telling great stories back in the day. And so, yeah, it's just crazy. But I would like to get your thoughts on this film right here. All right.
Oh man,
this
one
unbelievable. And I'm gonna disappear from the screen for a second. I'm gonna leave it on this so you guys can still see that awesome Batman thumbnail right there that I got for you. But I'm gonna go down here real quick and get something that I can show you guys that I think you'll like. So, but pay attention to that screen right there. Don't look at this one. Look at that one. All right. I'll be right back.
All right, so Batman. This is definitely one of the greats. I would say, it would be number one, but I just love Batman Returns so much. So for me, this is the very, very close number 2 Batman greatest Batman movies ever made for me. I loved everything about it. The beginning of it, where you don't see Batman much, you're just hearing things here and there, and it's ramping up to him coming out. His suit, his suit is so comic book accurate that it's hard to not love it. It's plated armor, so because I know it's armor, my disbelief of him getting hurt is out the window, because like, oh, he's wearing armor, of course he's not going to get hurt, you
right?
know? So
it's not just spandex.
That is what I always loved. Jack Nicholson he's my Joker. That's going to catch some heat because everybody loves Heath Ledger, but Jack Nicholson he's my Joker.
Well, you said something to me a few years ago that always stuck with me, and I talked about this earlier. You said that every incarnation of the Joker has played a different version of that Joker.
Yes.
I just recently got and read for the first time the 3 Jokers.
Oh yeah.
Comic book, which is amazing, by the way. And it reminded me that, so Jack Nicholson and Heath Ledger, they're both right up there for me. I really liked Heath, but he was a different Joker. He represented anarchy and chaos. Like, he fought the mob and Batman. Like, he didn't have a side. He was for himself. And then you have Jack Nicholson's Joker, which is the mobster.
Yeah.
And so they are 2 completely different versions of the same character. But yeah, you were the one that brought that to my attention years ago, and that stuck with me ever since. So good job, thank you.
I have gems every now and then.
You do, you do.
I always thought it was funny that for Batman's suit, he couldn't turn his head, so he just always walked like this. Had to move shoulders.
There was something cool about that, though.
I know. As goofy as that was, it was something that is like, I almost look forward to seeing it.
And props to Michael Keaton, because when they made The Flash, they were telling him, like, we've upgraded your suit. And one of the things that they upgraded was him being able to turn his head, and he went, no.
I want that back.
Right. Like, and
That's my thing.
I feel like if Michael Keaton's wearing the bat suit, he better turn. And it was one of the fun things about cosplaying that character. When I got the bat suit from The Flash, but it had that bat symbol on it. So they made a mistake with the cowl and everything. But which is fine because I actually like that bat symbol. So I'm wearing this thing, and what we did was we actually put Velcro on the cowl so that it would stay in place, so that if I did this, my head would go into the mask. So it forced me to move like Michael Keaton. And it was so cool to do that. I'm like, this.
I wish I was there to see that.
I'm like, it would never work in real life as a crime fighter, but it was so cool to be like, what? Someone call you? Yes. And your whole cape would move. Like, that was the other thing. Like, the whole look of turning the entire body, not just your head, is that costume is almost like it's designed for that kind of movement, because the whole cape would swing with you. It was awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, Ashton, I got some stuff here that other people might like to see it, but I'm going to start with this really quick because I don't think I showed you this on our Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle episode that we did a little while ago. But I wanted to bring this up because this is kind of where we're going here. I found, not that long ago, an original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comic of the movie.
There was a comic of the movie?
There was. I owned it as a kid, and as a kid, you're not smart enough to hold on to those kinds of things. So this is the comic, and it's done in the style of the old school
Wow.
Ninja Turtles. The only difference is in the original, they didn't have different color masks because they were all black and white, but they were all originally supposed to be red. And
Wait, hold it back up. Hold it back up again. Okay.
so you can see the
That
art.
looks-
The art style is the same as the old one, but the colors of the headbands are accurate to the film.
Yeah, I think for a good run, IDW Comics, I think they're still doing the Ninja Turtles one.
Yeah.
And they went back to that art style.
Yep, which is my favorite. This was a gift from my wife. She came home from the store one day, and I love when she finds these and gets these, because one day soon I feel like magazines aren't going to be a thing anymore. I mean, they're not really a thing now, but you're not going to find them much. This is the story of Batman. Came out right after the Flash movie, and it's an amazing thing that I'm gonna try to take care of it. I need to get a slip for it, and take care of it, because I feel
Definitely.
like there's not going to be a whole lot of people that went out and bought this at a grocery store. Because that's where she found it. All right, next, this is also an original, but it was one of the few I actually kept from 1992. This is my copy that I bought right after seeing the movie, so it's not in pristine condition.
Oh man.
Look at the back.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yes, this is. This is incredible. I mean, the artwork in here is very early 90s, but it's got such a charm to it. I mean, it's fantastic. It's so good. And the official comic adaptation, and I like that they still call it motion picture. It's always funny to hear that motion picture.
They actually did continue that universe story.
Yes, I'm almost there.
Comics.
I'm
Oh.
almost there. All right.
Sorry.
This, unfortunately, is a reprint, because finding the original is difficult and expensive. So I got a reprint because I can't afford the original. But this is the Batman comic book adaptation. I mean, you would never know to look at it that it was a reprint until you get to the back, because on the back, a comic book of a movie in 1989 would not have been $15 in the United States. That gives away right there, because here's how much the Batman Returns one was: $7 in Canada, $6 in the United States. So big difference there. And all you Canadians, what's up with the everybody complaining about the U.S.'s prices going up? Canada, what happened? You were $1 over us in 1992, and now you're $5 over us? What's going on? What happened? This comic is $20 in Canada. But yeah, but this is a reprint. But I have not taken this out, even as a reprint. It came in this. One of the few things that I didn't take out of the box or out of the package. All right, you said it. You mentioned it. So here you go. Batman 89. And there's, I believe it's continuing. I know there's a book, but are they making more comics of this as well?
I think they're either still making them like every month or so, like an issue comes out, or it's done. Because when I was at the comic store yesterday, I happened to come across it,
right?
And it was issue number 6, I believe. So, yeah, like right now, comics when they're made, they come out like every couple months,
right? And then if you're patient, they'll make this, and you just buy the one with all of them. It's kind of like it's kind of like the comic book industry is a combination of cable television and Netflix, right? You can either wait every week like you're watching television, or you can Netflix and chill.
I'll wait till it comes out on streaming.
Right. Like people do that, like it, or the comic book industry is Disney Plus. Disney Plus releases stuff like one episode at a time, and but why wait? Just wait for the whole series and then binge watch. Like a lot of people do that, but this is this is the back of it here. You can see our awesome, one of my favorites, Billy D. Williams, finally fulfills his destiny, becomes Two-Face. I mean, he technically did in another movie we're gonna be skimming over here, the Lego Batman movie. Billy D voices Two-Face,
right,
in that one. And finally, I've already shown you the DC one. I told you guys I had one about Batman's Batmobiles. This is actually all of Batman's most iconic rides. Got this at my local Barnes & Noble, because I always encourage you guys to support your local bookstores. They deserve it. They need it. Books are amazing. This is the Batmobile manual, but it's not just Batmobiles, guys. It also features Batwings, Bat Cycles, all kinds of cool things. Here's the Batwing from Batman, and it describes how they were made, why they were made, what the idea was behind them.
Very nice. I always enjoy those things.
What was your favorite Batmobile, Ashton? You said once before, but I can't remember which one it was.
From the movies, my favorite Batmobile is the Batmobile from Robert Pattinson's The Batman. That one is my favorite.
Mine's Batman from '89, but I gotta admit the Snyder Batmobile is right there.
The Snyder Batmobile was my favorite until Robert Pattinson came out, and then I was like, ooh, I like that one. I love that one.
But you had another one that you had mentioned, like overall, it was an animated.
The Batman Beyond.
Batman Beyond. I'm trying to see if I have.
That's the toy that I have. I think I brought it out a few shows ago.
Yeah. Yeah, that was back when we were on For You Productions. Yeah, I'm trying to see because they're named weird in here sometimes. But like they've got this has the Nightcrawler, the Bat, the Bat Pod, the Flying Fox, Bat Hammer, the Incandescent Batmobile.
Which one is that?
I don't know. I gotta go to page 90. I gotta go a ways. 78. Oh, here's the animated series one. That they call the Noir Batmobile. Okay, which one are we looking for? The Bat Hammer or
Batman Beyond.
The trans. Well, we wanted to see what that one was. That's the trans. Oh, the Incandescent.
Incandescent.
Oh, you might be a little disappointed with which one it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Batmobile of Batman and Robin. Yeah.
Oh.
You know which Batmobile grew on me? I wasn't a fan at first. And over time, I kind of grew to find some charm in it.
The Tumbler?
No. Because that's the Tumbler. You notice you called it the Tumbler. You didn't say the Dark Knight Batmobile. It's the Tumbler. No. Batman Forever.
You know what? Yeah.
There's something about like it's ugly. I didn't like it at first. This part here really stood out to me. Like why? The
jet engine turbine.
The fin I thought was like I still don't like when the fin splits apart. At some points in the film, the fin here splits apart, but I don't know. Like over time, I'm kind of like, I kind of dig it. And recently, they re-released a lot of the old Batman Forever toy lines, and so this was like what $20, and I quickly grabbed it up. And now, McFarlane Toys is jumping on that bandwagon, and they're releasing like $100 version of it. And I'm like, I'm good with my $20 one there. But all right. So we had kind of briefly mentioned Batman Returns there. And there's one part about that where your opinion on this one, I would like to know if it's changed at all since we talked a few years ago. Because one of the aspects of it you weren't overly sold on at the time, but I was a little bit more so, was the idea that all three of these characters were given a bit more animalistic properties as opposed to like Oswald being the gangster.
Oh.
Catwoman actually has 9 lives here.
Yeah. That I still hold. I'm not too keen on that part because I thoroughly enjoy their like Catwoman is a jewel thief,
Right.
but she also like they've started to expand on a part on that part of her character as a jewel thief as well as like a vigilante type character. Like she'll help out like prostitutes or criminals in her, and she'll take care of her neighborhood.
Right.
Right. So
She's
like
more of an
I
anti-hero.
Like yeah, anti-hero. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So I love that about Catwoman. And then with Penguin, I love that he's an aristocrat. That he was an aristocrat that went broke, that got all his money back, being a gangster, and he knows everything, and everyone comes to him for stuff.
Right.
So I love that part about it. Now they in the movie they kind of touched on that with him, the way that he was going through the records and showing how diligent he is with finding information. So that part I like, but them turning him into
an actual penguin
human, with the flippers and him eating raw fish. I'm like,
That was a funny joke though, when he's like, maybe I'll teach her my French flipper trick. That was very funny. But the thing is that like, so like I like it because it is different, and I think like Danny DeVito crushed it. too.
Yeah,
I think
he did,
if you had the wrong guy in that part, basically anybody else in that part, I don't think it works.
I can't think of anybody who could fit the bill for that.
Right. But this is also why, I'm going there again. Why I don't like anyone's argument to me about why I'm supposed to like something or why I shouldn't, because it's is or isn't comic accurate.
Yeah.
Because how many times has the comics changed the character just for their own purposes? How many times has the comic changed the character because of a movie?
Iron Man.
Yeah.
Perfect example.
Yep.
He's not like that in the comics. And then once the movie came out, let's go ahead and take the movie, put that version in the comics.
Right. That's not
And in
Tony
every
Stark
other
anymore.
medium.
That's Robert Downey Jr. But yeah, I mean, that's just my example of it, because it's just like, I love both versions of the Penguin. I do.
Mhm.
I always prefer him to have a certain look, right? Like, I like when he looks a little unshoveled. I like when he's kind of a shorter, fat guy. Like, I think Gotham had him like this skinny little dude.
Yeah.
And I'm not big on that one.
That performance didn't sell me until the later seasons.
Okay, I haven't seen the later season, so I'd have to check that out. But yeah, it's just, and that's the thing about that I love about doing this show and stuff. Like, we can have a difference of opinion on a character, and we don't fight about it, and it's cool. And I like hearing a different perspective if it's brought to me in a respectful manner.
Non-confrontational.
Right. Not just calling me an idiot. I don't like the monkeys in Superman. Well, you don't get it. No, I get it. Getting it doesn't change my opinion. I get it. Monkeys throw crap. All right, let's go to the next. Tim Burton and Michael Keaton have been shown the door by Warner Brothers. Burton stays on as a producer, I think, kind of just as a favor to him for making Warner Brothers loads and loads of money. But we see another example of Warner's reacting and believing they're going to lose out on money if they don't do something drastic, and so they make a decision that is not popular. And they bring in Joel.
Go away from the darkness of Tim Burton.
Right. And let's go with Joel Schumacher, who then introduces us to the very colorful world of Batman Forever. Now, I'm not here to bash on Batman Forever. It's another movie that when I first saw it, I actually enjoyed it. I liked Jim Carrey in it. I liked Tommy Lee Jones in it. I really hated the security guard in it because he was the most annoying thing on the planet. Ashton, I don't know if you remember the guy at the beginning of the
that
movie.
Was locked in the vault?
Yes. Oh no, it's boiling acid. Like, did they audition that character?
Oh.
Did they bring in multiple people to read for that role, and they went, "You are the most annoying guy we've heard yet. You're in."
I feel like they may have just like, hey, we need somebody to do so. Hey, can you say this in like this kind of way? Yeah, that'll work. Go ahead. Yeah, just you do this.
Yeah. Can you squeal like a pig? Good. Because that's what we need. All right. All right.
Man.
Here's the line. Oh, that's my hearing aid. And you need to say it in the most revolting tone possible. That's my hearing aid. Good job. Cut, print, check the gate. Oh, man. But again, like, I felt like they were trying to, and from what I understand, once again, Warner Brothers kind of stepped in a little bit, that Joel Schumacher, there is supposedly, there's a longer cut of the film that's a bit darker than what we got. There's more of the internal angst of Bruce Wayne with the big giant bat. And it's a bit more psychological than what we got. This was a very visual film. It popped on screen. It was nice to get Robin.
Yeah.
I like the I kind of like the introduction of Robin with the circus
Yeah.
and everything, and him trying to get revenge on Two-Face, and Batman trying to kind of protect him in a way, like, that's not what you want to do. Trust me. You know, I've been there. You know, you wouldn't know a madman didn't kill your parents. And in this movie, apparently, I kind of got the idea that they were canon with the first two, because I felt like he was mentioning the Joker might have been the guy that killed his parents. But then I realized, well, it could still be Joe Chill if he
Yeah.
really wanted to. But he's like, no, I do. But I think most of the movie-going audience is going to think back to Tim Burton's
Yeah, they probably
version.
assumed. Yeah, it was probably moviegoers were assuming
Right.
he meant the Joker.
Because, again, we're talking about the mid-'90s here. This is not where the internet has exploded and everyone is sharing and complaining and turning the world upside down.
Yeah,
Over-
they just figured, hey, just a new actors playing the character.
Right. Right.
Same story.
Now, what did you think of Val Kilmer?
He grew on me. Well, okay. I think Val Kilmer, as a whole, as Batman and Bruce Wayne, I think he's missing something for being that. But I think I like him playing Batman better than I do than he plays Bruce Wayne.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, he
So
did.
like he has the character for Batman,
Yes.
but not the character for Bruce Wayne.
Right. I felt like Joel Schumacher might be a bit more to blame for that, if you really look at it, because neither Kilmer nor Clooney seem to capture the idea that these should be two different characters.
Yeah.
And you don't have to go the Christian Bale over the top to portray that. Going from, hi, I'm Bruce Wayne, to, I'm not wearing hockey pads. Like, you don't have to go that deep with it.
Right.
Like, Michael Keaton has said in interviews that he basically he went from this to this. That's it. Just a simple little tone shift. And it's almost imperceivable, but if you were to put them side by side and have them talk, they would come across as two different people, two different characters.
Yeah. But looking back at it, I think it's because in this one, his scenes as Bruce Wayne was more of him going to see a therapist and talk about his trauma.
Right.
So you don't really get to truly see his Bruce Wayne, I'm a businessman, playboy type deal. It wasn't shown as much. So with his trauma is where he reverts back to Batman as shielding himself from that. So I maybe that's what they were going for, maybe, which is why he didn't seem to be two different characters.
Right.
He just was Batman without his mask on.
Yeah.
When he was Bruce Wayne, but maybe that's what they was going for, because like you said with George Clooney, I think George Clooney was better as Bruce Wayne.
Do you?
Yeah,
You
I
mean
think George Clooney was better than.
he was a better Bruce Wayne than he was a Batman, or he was a better
Yeah.
Bruce Wayne than Val Kilmer?
He was a better Bruce Wayne than he played Bruce Wayne better than he played Batman.
Yeah. Well, they were both. He didn't change
Yeah,
what he
but-
did.
but
He was
that's
still
what I mean.
Bruce as
It's-
Batman.
They were going. If they were going for a certain tone for his motivation for the film, for Batman Forever, Val Kilmer didn't flip the switch and say, okay, I'm Bruce Wayne,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not, and I have to do these things. It's, you know what? There's trauma, and Batman uses trauma, so I have to stay as Batman even with the mask off.
Right.
Now with George Clooney, I think they went away from having to deal with the trauma and was like, okay, George Clooney, we want to make sure that Bruce Wayne is, everyone loves him and this, that, and third. So he took that charm that he has and it was on point for Bruce Wayne, and then he kept the charm as Batman. Like Batman is not supposed to be charming.
Right. The one thing I appreciated about both of these films is it did start to expand the Bat family.
Yes,
Like they tried. I thought Chris O'Donnell was a pretty decent casting choice for Robin. And then they brought in Batgirl. And of course made a joke about it.
Silverstone.
Right. They made a joke about it. Like, oh, Batgirl, that's not very PC. What about Bat Person? And I remember I actually saw that in the theater with 5 other people. Or they were lucky they had 5 other people. And I remember that line hit, and even at my age, I was like, oh, that was bad. Some information about Batman Forever. All right. It was released, it was premiered at the Mann Village Theater in L.A. June 9th, 1995. Released nationwide June 16th, 1995. Val Kilmer as Batman. Tommy Lee Jones as Harvey Dent Two-Face. Jim Carrey as the Riddler, which was Edward Nygma. My brain went away for a second. Nicole Kidman as Meridian Chase. Chris O'Donnell as Robin, which version was this?
Dick Grayson.
Dick Grayson, that's right. Michael Gough is still loyal Alfred, and Pat Hingle still around as Commissioner Gordon. Joel Schumacher directed. Elliot Goldenthal took over the reins as providing the music, and I think the Batman Forever score is a bit underrated. What do you think, Ashton?
I don't remember it.
I mean, I'll be honest. You grow up thinking that na 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 Batman. That's the Batman theme, right? Then you hear
Yeah.
and you're like, oh, no, that's the Batman theme. And then you get more of this dark, slow, like the da 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 da. And you're like, what is at first you're kind of like, what am I hearing? It's kind of like going from the Superman theme from John Williams to the Man of Steel version that's completely different. You're like, it's not the same. But then it grows on you over time.
Yeah. I like that each Batman has their own score. It's just for me, I'm trying to remember what it is, what it sounds like, and I can't.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it sounds like.
And that's I think because it's one of the I think if you're gonna go back to Batman movies that get rewatched, I think Batman the movie is down at the bottom because a lot of people don't even know it exists. They just thought it was a TV show.
Yeah.
I think Batman Forever is just a notch above Batman and Robin. I don't think a lot of people rewatch those today unless they're looking for like the Arnold Schwarzenegger puns for a good laugh.
Yeah, I'm notorious for watching movies that are just not good
Yeah.
sometimes.
Oh, I'm right
And
there.
I just go my brain shuts off and it's like I just go for just to giggle and have a good time watching it. That's it.
Yeah.
I can say for the Joel Schumacher movies, I can watch those and then enjoy myself watching it and then not take it seriously and be like, all right, I know this is like a C movie.
Yeah.
Who cares? I'll watch it anyways.
Well, let me give you this here. So, Ashton, I'm sure you might remember very famously in 2017 when we got our Justice League film, Warner Brothers was capping it and saying it couldn't be any longer than 90 minutes. Do you remember that? When Warner Brothers was like, no, and this is just Justice League.
Yeah.
Avengers films at this point were 3 hours long. No, Justice League has got to be 90 minutes. All right. Batman 2 hours and 6 minutes. Batman Returns, exact same runtime. Batman Forever, 2 hours and 2 minutes. But Justice League was 90 per Warner Brothers.
Man, these executives don't know what they're doing.
Well, let me see what Batman, before we actually switch out. Batman and Robin. If any film should have been cut down to 90 minutes, 2 hours and 2 minutes, the exact same time as Batman Forever. It's almost like the directors did it on purpose.
I know, right?
Batman Forever's box office goes up from Batman Returns, bringing in $336.6 million. Still not anywhere near Batman's original $411.6 million, which we said, like, if you were to adjust for inflation, Batman is a $1 billion film, which is pretty incredible for 1989. Batman and Robin. Let me switch over. Look at that. Isn't that
wait.
beautiful?
I wanted to say, like, in the Batman Forever,
Yeah.
There's one line that it's always been my favorite.
What's that?
It was from the scene where Batman and Robin get shot out of the sky and their boat blows up and they're climbing on the on to go.
Oh,
get
yeah.
Chris O'Donnell is like behind Batman. He goes, "Holy rusted metals, Batman!"
Right.
And then Batman turns around and goes, "What? Like,
Yeah.
what did you just say to me?" He's like, the floor is all it's full of holes and rusted. Holy is like, you're like, oh, all right.
Yeah, I like
I was like,
I loved how Val Kilmer played it off like, I'm just gonna forget you said anything. He's like, all right.
I was like, oh man, Burt Ward is what was cracking up at that one. I'm sure he was.
Oh yeah. All right. I'm gonna be honest here. I thought those suits looked freaking cool.
Yeah,
And
I thought so too.
if you look, see, I looked at this earlier. So Robin still has nipples.
Yes,
Which was, for whatever reason, a huge point of contention. I don't give a crap, right? Batman's went away because the bat symbol is huge.
The bat symbol's covering his nipples.
Yeah, and they
Like,
now the only time I'm
I'll
glad
cover them for you, Batman.
right. The only time I'm glad they didn't put nipples on a suit was Alicia Silverstone. That would have looked weird. But if you look at
Yeah.
Batman right there, that's kind of what my chest looks like, just a little smaller. But that's what my chest tattoo is. It's kind of that symbol across.
Mhm.
So Batman and Robin, these are the suits they wear at the end of the film. George Clooney, let's be real here, looks great in pictures. If you have no sound on the television, he looks like a really great Batman.
Yeah, you're right. He does look like a good Batman.
I think you put a little more muscle on the guy. I mean, I get he's wearing a suit that's got some muscles in it, but back then they weren't presenting superheroes as looking like Hulk Hogan or Arnold. Arnold was the bad guy, but like even Superman, Christopher Reeve was Superman, and he's about a fifth of the size of what Superman would be in the comics. And at this point in Batman comics, we've already seen The Dark Knight Returns where he is massive.
Oh, yeah.
And Bruce Wayne is now and Batman are now known for being super strong. They're just freaks and fanatics about working out, training constantly, always developing their body and the mind and everything. Again, why I just love Batman. And such a complicated character. But Batman and Robin released in June 12th, 1997. Remember, this was before nowadays when productions are definitely being rushed out. This was rushed out for a mid to late 90s film, 2 years after the release of Batman Forever. It was released across the United States June 20th, 1997. Your headliner for this one, Ashton, who do you think was the top billing for Batman and Robin?
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yep. For the first time
Definitely
since
him.
Batman, the bad guy gets top billing. Now, here's an interesting little trivia question. Arnold also starred in a film where he did not get top billing. The villain did. Do you know what film I'm referring? We need that Jeopardy music.
No, I don't.
All right. So it would have been one of his earlier films before he was a megastar. This film pretty much made him a star. I'm speaking of Conan the Barbarian. Top billing went to James Earl Jones.
Okay, makes sense.
As
Makes sense.
Thulsa Doom. Yep. James Earl Jones would have already made a name for himself at this point as an actor and also as the uber popular voice of Darth Vader. All right. George Clooney is your new Batman. And we would unfortunately see him again as Bruce Wayne in another film that we did not add to this list, by the way. I just felt like I didn't, as much as I liked Michael Keaton and he was like pretty much the best thing about The Flash, even though there's a lot of heart in The Flash that people forget, I stayed with films that focused on Batman.
Yeah.
Chris O'Donnell returns as Robin and actually gets a pretty cool suit upgrade. It looks like a red version of Nightwing.
Oh, that definitely is the Nightwing suit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. Uma Thurman became a young man's favorite for a lot of people as Poison Ivy.
Mm-hmm.
Alicia Silverstone, the Clueless alum herself, was Batgirl and very unfairly treated by audiences. People were kind of body shaming her for apparently there were some issues with her in the suit. Maybe it was a little bottom heavy. I thought she looked great. The film is the film is the problem.
During this time, that particular shape of woman wasn't what people wanted to see.
No, and what's funny is had Alicia been looking the way she looks, had she been around in the 50s, 60s, she would have been the ideal figure. Right? You look at Marilyn Monroe. Marilyn Monroe, who was looked at by many as being one of the most attractive women of the time.
Still.
Yeah, but she was not what a lot of people think of as being like that. She wasn't ultra thin.
Mm-hmm.
She looked like she was just an attractive woman. And I think Alicia Silverstone just was around at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing, you look at that picture. There's nothing unhealthy about that. There's nothing I think that's, unattractive about. I don't get what the problem. I never got what the problem was, except that there was a bad movie. Michael Gough returns as Alfred. I believe the only actor to appear in 4 Batman movies.
Yep.
So congratulations, Michael. Pat Hingle returns as Gordon, our only 4-time Gordon. But I
really?
Yeah, but unfortunately I kind of wish he hadn't. Really, by the time he closed out his run as Gordon with Batman and Robin, he was a parody of what he was in the first Batman. Like he was a hard-nosed, commissioner, and then all right, we also are introduced in Batman and Robin to a very interesting version of Bane. This is one of those where I really minded not being more comic accurate. The look was fine. The look, they got the look.
Absolutely.
But the character, the mindless monster that he was, I didn't like. Like
Monkey work.
yeah. Like when we finally got Bane in The Dark Knight Rises, I was like, "Oh, here we go. I'm digging this." Like he didn't look like the comic version of Bane, but I forgave it because the character was a bit more what I wanted.
Was there and very imposing. It's you looked at you saw the performance. It was like, oh yeah, that's Bane.
Right. And unfortunately, here's the deal. A lot of kids are introduced to comic book characters via film and television. So how you present a character you're seeing for the first time in film is going to give a lot of people the impression that that's the character.
Yeah.
Like I've always wondered how many young people, let's put it that way, young people, still think that Thanos' motivation throughout comics and film was always just to bring balance, that he had a savior complex.
Thanos is what people call a simp. I love her. She doesn't love you back. I know, but I love her so much.
Right.
She doesn't love you. I'm going to do what I can to make her love me. She's not going to love you. I know. I'll just destroy half the universe for her because she loves death.
Well, she is death.
She doesn't love me. Yeah, I know.
But you know what? The thing about Thanos, if you really, especially like when I was a teenager and stuff, Thanos was actually a much more relatable villain. Because I think every guy has been through a situation where they had feelings for somebody and didn't get it in return.
Yeah.
At some point in your life, and that thought went through your mind of, all right, how can I fix this? Like, how can I? Now, he just took it to a horrible level.
He just ran with it.
But the thing about Thanos is like, and they did kind of touch up on this in the movie, but he's always his own worst enemy.
Yeah.
He always creates a way for him to lose. In the Infinity Gauntlet, if he'd have just stayed in his form and kept the gauntlet, he'd have been fine.
Yeah, he yeah.
But he
instead, he wanted, I'm going to be the universe.
Right. He became eternity.
Can't have the glove on.
Right. And so Nebula just walked right over to it, took it off. Like, he's always his own downfall. But
I think that's the problem with like most ultra powerful villains. They're their own worst enemies.
Right. Which if done correctly, that's fine. And the one thing I'll appreciate again about DC a bit more than about Marvel, and it's only because maybe it's just because I've seen it with Marvel a lot. With DC, I haven't seen it as much. I feel like Darkseid is much more respected within DC than Thanos.
Absolutely.
I feel that I've never seen, and again, I might be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've never seen Thanos or Darkseid. Sorry, they're twinsies. I've never seen Darkseid being used as foil to make another character just to make another character look good. But I've seen Thanos used that way numerous times.
Yeah.
I've never seen the Joker treated that way.
The only time I can recall Darkseid being used to make somebody else look powerful was an alternate universe where good was bad and bad was good.
Right.
That's it.
And I mean, if you do it right, and let's say like you gave one example, you do it one time, like I can look the other way. Because it's simple. I don't read the comic. This is what they do with Darkseid in the new comic. Oh, really? All right, I'm gonna go get this one. Right? Very simple. Like but like I said, like Thanos, like I remember reading one. It was like, oh, Thanos just got beat by Squirrel Girl. Who?
Yeah, yeah, and they went out of their way to make sure that this is the real Thanos.
Right.
they're
Right.
like,
Every
is this the alternate version? Nope. Is this a robot? Nope. Is this a clone? Nope. This is the real, authentic Thanos. All right, Guardians, you can have him. How'd you beat him? Me and my squirrels did it. I'm like, okay.
all right. Let's get back to Batman and Robin real quick. We've kind of touched up on George Clooney a little bit here, but I think we would be doing ourselves a disservice if we did not mention and talk about the absolute highlight of this film. And I am
My
speaking
man.
of Arnold Schwarzenegger, who went full ham. And you could tell, even after the makeup and everything, which probably was not fun to go through. And I mean, he looks like a glitter factory exploded on his face. And that suit, had to weigh a ton. And
I mean, not for him.
no, yeah. But I mean, there's no way that was comfortable. But you could tell that was a dude that was having the time of his life.
Oh, yeah, yeah. He was doing nothing but having fun. Those smiles that he had, those were the smiles that he couldn't hide. It's like, well, let's write it, make sure that it makes sense for the movie for him to smiling.
Let's see if we can if we can come up with the the puns that are used in this.
There was a name that was a pun.
Well, which one? I remember Frosty. I remember one of the guys was
So
Frosty.
he had his henchman Frosty, but then the woman Vivica Fox's character, her name was Misbehaving.
Oh my gosh, I forgot about that.
Behaving.
Misbehaving. That is epic. All right, I'm pulling up Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Freeze, and the Art of Ice Puns. All right, here we go. All of Mr. Freeze's puns. All right. Okay, some of these might be a little bit of a stretch, but it looks like we've got 16 here. All right.
I think like 5. I can think of 5 off the top of my head.
Well, I remember my favorite was one of the first ones he did, which was I don't know, it's not really a pun, but like, what killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age. and it's the way he delivers the lines. You can't just say them. Like, they don't. You have to hear it in the Arnold voice. So the one of them they did very nice, which of course they're because nice has ice in it. All right, number 15, Adam and Evil. That's pretty good. I forgot about that one too. I have not watched this movie in forever. Oh my gosh. Always winterize your pipes.
He said it so he had to make sure he said it menacingly.
Right. My condition has left me cold to your pleas of mercy. That's a good line though. But that's the thing. I mean, it's actually not. It's actually not a great line. But he delivered it well. What's that?
What was it one more time?
My condition has left me cold to your pleas of mercy. Tonight.
Oh man, if I heard the Batman animated series version of Mr. Freeze say that to me, I think I'd poop myself.
Yeah, that was good. Tonight, hell freeze is over. I'm trying to do Arnold here. All right, everyone. Chill. And then he keeps saying chill over and over and over.
Chill.
The Iceman cometh. Oh, you're not sending me to the cooler. I forgot about this one. Stay cool, bird boy.
Oh yeah, that's right. He just frozen right before that.
And then either he shrunk or Jesse the Body's wearing lifts in his shoes, but as he's standing next to him looking much smaller. Allow me to break the ice. I'm stopping with the Arnold thing. It's a cold town. I don't remember that one.
Oh, I think that was when he was holding he was holding one of the diamonds, and he had just got one of the diamonds.
Let's
I
see.
think that's when he said that.
Number 5, Hell or Freeze in Hell, Batman. Number 4, Cool Party. Let's kick some ice. Tonight's forecast, a freeze is coming. Oh, number 1. Number 1 is my favorite. What killed the dinosaurs?
The Ice Age.
Oh, thank you, Arnold, for
They
all
didn't
the
add his
great
Dr.
puns.
Pun in there.
What's that?
They didn't add his Doctor Pun in there
Which one?
at the end of the at the end of the movie where
Oh.
he gives the vial. He goes, take 2 of these. Call me in the morning.
Right. Yeah. Well, because it wasn't ice related. I think that's why they didn't.
Well,
put
it
in
was
there.
Adam and Evil.
And that's true. That's true. You're right. You're right. But like everybody had some kind of pun in the film.
Yeah.
Like Poison Ivy was just.
They made this movie with so many puns. It was just outrageous.
Well, when Warner Brothers, when you release Batman Forever and it has a good opening weekend, and Warner Brothers goes, okay, we need more, and we need to sell a lot more toys, and you're making it to sell toys, I don't think the script is your priority. Like, I feel like they were just like, I have no idea what we're doing here. What are we? What would he say?
To be fair, all these superhero movies, their merchandise makes about triple what they make in the movie.
Oh yeah,
At least.
oh, I'm not denying that, but
Not
this
caring what the script is they should at least care still.
right. I would prefer if the movie is made to be a good movie without much or of any thought of merchandise. Like there's certain times when you'll watch a movie, like I'm going to bring this example up. The Last Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
I remember watching that movie, and we're not going to talk about what I think about the movie. Let me get that. We'll go off on a tangent. So we're watching the movie, and I remember seeing something in the film, and I went, "Oh, they made that for merch." Like, there's no other purpose for this thing to be in here than to sell me stuffed animals and window suckers, the porgs,
the morgs,
porgs,
yeah,
PORG. I don't know if there's an E or not, but porgs.
Yeah, those things.
Yeah,
Definitely just for merchandise.
yeah, because they looked cute. My wife bought one. It used to hang in the back of her rear windshield.
Yeah, well, they work.
You know,
People love them. I'm like, what are these things? Oh, these are things from the Star Wars movie.
right? Yeah, crazy. All right, let me check the time. See
I
where
think
we're at.
BB-8 was also made for new merchandise too.
Oh, I'm sure, and I'm sure when BB-8, like for me, I feel like BB-8 was created with the purpose of trying to find a way of doing a new version of R2-D2. But during the process, they probably went, okay, how can we make this work for us outside the film? Right? And then I'm sure whoever decided to turn it into a ball probably made everybody that made toys go, what are you doing? We've got to make toys that can do this. And they figured it out because we had one here that did it, and you can build one at Disneyland that does it. So
yeah, you go to conventions, you see people with BB-8s rolling around.
yeah, people build their own. My cousin built an R4 droid, the red one. I think it's R4. It's either R4 or R9. Sorry, Chris. I never remember which one it is, but it's the one I love because it's red. So, all right. Let's keep chugging along here because we still got a lot to get to and a little over an hour to get to it. So Batman took a break, and a pretty good one at that. Nowadays, you end a series of films, and within a couple of years, you're starting a whole new universe. That's right. I was looking at Dave and Corn Sweat right there. We went 8 years without a Batman film.
Oh man,
Can you imagine?
it felt so much longer than that.
Yep. It was 1997, and in 2005, June of 2005, Christopher Nolan started his epic Dark Knight trilogy with Batman Begins. Gone are the canon that was Tim Burton's Batman. Gone is all of the Schumacher stuff. This was a fresh start, brand new. The Joker was no longer the man that killed Batman's parents. Gotham became kind of a mob-infested Chicago with the slums. I'm trying to think of what they called those in
Well,
the Narrows.
yeah.
The Narrows.
the Narrows.
That was like, we don't go there. You know, that was the bad part of Gotham. But this film, again, I was very hesitant about it because, again, I'm such a huge fan of Batman Returns. I was very wary of Forever. I was very wary. I mean, rightfully so wary of Batman and Robin. And neither one of them lived up to what I wanted Batman to be. And so, again, I saw this in a drive-in movie theater, which by this time, these had pretty much gone out the window. They were kind of novelty places. You don't see them much anymore. And you got bad sound coming from an AM radio station. The picture quality was subpar. It was because it's old. It's old technology.
Yeah,
And
you go to a drive-in for the I went to a drive-in, or you got a date. You're not really trying to watch the movie.
right. And I was trying to watch the movie. I was on a date, but let's just say I was trying to watch the movie. And the whole thing just didn't work for me. And so when I saw it on DVD for the first time, I was like, wow, that was actually really good. I could hear everything properly because, you know me, I like to have a good sound system, as good a television as I could afford at the time, which I think at the time was about a 32-inch HD television. And then I had a kind of a mid-range surround sound system. And I was like, wow, like I really liked this.
Yeah, nothing like the home theater you got now.
No, most of this is when I had money. The Samsung surround sound, I've had that system now for 6 years. My Samsung Dolby Atmos, it's actually the bar, the speaker, what do they call it? The speaker bar? Sound bar. It's massive though. It's like really big, and it's like this long. And then I have the Bluetooth subwoofer and rear speakers, which is like an additional like $500. Like when I bought it, it was like, I think the soundbar alone was like $1,200. And then for $500 more, you can get the rear speakers added on. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, I thoroughly remember how immaculate that sound was when you watched Godzilla and Kong.
Yeah. Well, now we have Cox Internet here, and there's something about the way that they send out their 5G signal that from time to time interferes with the Bluetooth, and you'll hear the rear speakers go, or they'll just kind of cut out from time to time. It's very annoying. And when we got Verizon's home internet for the 2 months we had it, that went away. The problem was just Verizon isn't open and upfront about the fact that if you spend as much time online as we do, they'll slow you down. And slow you down to a crawl. Like, they literally told me, like, if you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to have, like, you're going to be put down to, like, dial-up speeds.
Oh.
And I'm like, I can't have you doing that in the middle of a show. And they're like, well, we have to base it off the average in your area. And I'm like, nobody has Verizon 5G home internet in my area, so I should be the average.
Right. Or, you know, I'm paying for it, so give it to me.
Right. Yeah. Like, you can't, like, I hate that whole thing where they're like, I'm paying for unlimited data. They go, yes, you are. And you're getting unlimited data, but you don't get unlimited high speed data. I'm like, oh, I got a finger for you. So, Mama says you should be talking about Batman, not our crappy Verizon plan we used to have. Thank you. We've been talking about Batman for 3 hours, and now you want to give me a hard time? All right. Well, here's the deal. Let's jump into. Oh, go ahead, Ashton.
Okay. Oh, I was gonna say about this movie, how this Batman movie changed the way that I view movies.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, before I would watch movies, I was never hypercritical of it. I almost didn't care about the actors too much, you know. And I would watch a movie and I would have fun with it, even if I didn't like it. This movie, though, for whatever, you know what, I was in the it was my first year in the Army, and I was out of high school, so so my maturity level went up enough to where it's like, now I'm thinking about other aspects of a movie, like why certain people did things, why choices were made for certain things. So I think this movie was one of the first ones where, if I wanted to be a movie critic, I started here.
I need to respond to something, Ashton. My son is on the chat, and he doesn't like contributing in a constructive way on the chat. He likes stirring stuff up. That's why he'll say, like, Mama says you should do this, or Mama doesn't agree with this. He likes create. He's the Joker. He likes anarchy, creating chaos. He says, we've been listening, by the way. Even when you ended up talking about the MCU instead, which I don't know how you got to that point from Batman. Well, if you were listening, you'd know, bro. Because we were basically making a comparison. All right? It happens. We're talking comic book stuff, man. Mama says, oh, no. Oh, no. We're in trouble when you started reading what I said. Hey, at this point, I know what's up. All right. I don't. And here's the thing. All right. Let me just get this out of the way. And we're gonna take a quick musical break. We're at the top of the hour here. I'm gonna say this. All right. If you guys understand what it is to be truly, like, made fun of, put down, trolled, whatever you want to call it, for sharing what you think, right? Telling me my mom says, okay, move on from talking about Verizon is not going to bother me in any way, shape, or form. I've had to delete comments, okay, mainly on TikTok. YouTube's been a lot kinder to me. I've literally had to go in, and if you go into my TikTok and you look at some of my comments on the Superman ones that I posted, you're going to
Oh,
find
those are controversial.
there's a lot of comments that I left that I contemplated, and you're going to be like, wait, he left those? What did he delete? Because there were some nasty comments that came thrown my way, because apparently I am one of the worst people on the planet because I didn't glowingly praise Superman. All right. And let me just run this back. Batman is my favorite superhero. And I don't like every Batman movie. I'm not a big fan of Batman the movie. I can find it entertaining, again, if I look at it as the Naked Gun of Batman films. I'm not a big fan of Batman and Robin unless it's just to listen to Arnold talk. I'm just not. I don't think every Batman movie is the greatest superhero movie ever made. But I have fun. I enjoy everything. I find something to enjoy. And Ashton, we rewatched Superman last week.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to do my re-review here soon. Maybe next weekend we'll do it. Have you seen it yet? No. That's a no.
No, I haven't.
What did he delete? Your mom. So things I deleted were basically people that took things made things very personal about me. Okay? Calling me things that are very, very, very uncalled for. Usually I don't care if people I don't know call me things but there were certain things that crossed a line. There were things, because my wife is in some of the shorts that we posted on TikTok.
Yeah,
there were some things said about my wife. Gone. I don't stand for that at all. Okay? You can say things like, apparently, obviously she didn't see the movie. That's just being ridiculous. But to say something that personally is hurtful and that.
Oh yeah, man. People, I've seen some stuff that people say to other people just about that personal attacks because of a bad opinion. I'm like, yo,
right.
I would be in jail because I'd be fighting way too much.
Right. Oh, Ashton. So apparently, I forgot that we're talking to Seth here. So the question was, what did
freaking Sims?
Yeah. What did he delete? The answer was supposed to be your mom. Yeah. Thank you, Seth. Yeah, because he responded. No, the answer to the question is your mom, not saying your mom asked the question. So, all right, guys. Hey, we're going to come right back. We're going to get into I want to skip ahead a little bit. We're going to kind of cut out a couple things. I said if we had to, we're going to cut out the Lego Batman movie. We'll save that for another time. We're going to basically kind of combine Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises and jump into the Snyderverse Batman and finish off with The Batman. I think we can do 3 segments. We got to cap it off at 20 minutes apiece. I think we can do it. All right.
We can do it.
But let's come back really quickly. Let's let Ashton and I kind of stretch our legs as I play for you guys my third and final original song for our next break. So, guys, do not go anywhere. Our awesome discussion of the cinematic history of Batman will continue right after this song. This is the Positively Pat Sims Show, broadcasting live on WANT Radio and live streaming with live chat right here on YouTube. We'll see you in a few. Don't go anywhere. Stay there. Don't go.
In the city where the shadows grow tall, a man wears the night like a second skin. The echo of his footsteps haunts the hall. Broken promises whisper within. Justice calls in a voice so low. Can a savior rise from a heart shadow that never fades, dark knight in his crusade. Gotham's fear, his only blade, who saves the savior when the light decays. Light decays. From a past that bleeds like an open wound, to the scars he hides beneath the cowl. A silent storm, a reckoning looms. His fists speak louder than 1,000 howls. Justice calls in a voice so low. Can a savior rise from a heart of stone? He's a shadow that never fades, dark knight in his crusade. Gotham's fear, his only blade, who saves the savior when the light decays. Light decays. The world turns gray, gods clash and fall. He stands alone, no mask at all. Between the void and the dawn's faint call, who watches the watcher when justice stalls? Justice calls in a voice so low. Can a savior rise from a heart of stone? He's the shadow that never fades, dark knight in his crusade. Gotham's fear, his only blade, who saves the savior when the light decays. Light decays.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Positively Pat Sims Show. I want to give a shout out, since they're watching here, I want to give a shout out to my son Seth for his success at the Orange County Fair. I believe he took first for his collection of Optimus Prime Transformers. And I got my Batmobiles, my 8 Jada Batmobiles put in. And I got the lovable honorable mention. But Seth says, my awards are in my bucket if you want to show them. Also, Seth was best in show, which I always thought was just for dogs. But congratulations, Seth. I don't want to get up and go meddle around in there getting your all of your ribbons and awards. But I am congratulating you, giving you props. Great job. Very, very happy that you got this honor of best in show, first with your collection of Optimus Primes. I know you're proud of it. You're calling a dog? You mean I'm calling you a dog? No, I'm saying no. All right, anyway, I put Beetlejuice back, so hopefully he behaves over there. But we are talking about today the cinematic history of Batman. We have, as usual, sidetracked from time to time, but we have made it all the way up through Batman Begins, and now we need to jump into the last 2/3 of the Dark Knight trilogy, The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises. The Dark Knight, of course, is the film that earned Heath Ledger an Academy Award after his passing. He passed away, I believe, just before the movie opened, and really stole the show. And there's a very famous interview with Christian Bale that I recently saw again, where he was talking about while he and Christopher Nolan were trying to make Batman as interesting as the villains he faces. All right, because everyone always felt like Batman was always kind of this stoic character. He was intimidating, but the villains always kind of seemed to steal the show in a lot of respects. So
every time it's me.
Yeah, so Christian Bale wanted to be a Batman that actually stole the show for a Batman film. And I think with Batman Begins, you didn't have your A-list villains. I mean, Ra's al Ghul is a great Batman villain, but the Joker's, that's the main event for you know,
he's the face of the Batman villains.
right. You know, Scarecrow's a great villain, but if you were to make a list of top 5 Batman villains, the majority of people would probably have Joker, Penguin, Catwoman, Riddler, and then you have just whatever your 5th wants to be. Bane probably, yeah. Scarecrow, a very kind of underutilized villain. I think he's a great villain.
Oh yeah, he's awesome. I think Scarecrow has the potential of being Scarecrow has the potential of being Batman's greatest villain, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, Scarecrow does give me kind of those Mysterio vibes. Like, you could do something like what we saw in Spider-Man Far From Home. You could have a film that's kind of like that, but not with technology the way that they did it in that one, but with the hallucinogens and stuff. And because I love that.
They did that with the Batman Arkham Knight game.
Seth has a quick question. Ashton, you might be able to answer this a bit better than me. I don't know a whole lot about it, but Seth wants to know, what is your opinion of the canceled Batman Beyond animated film?
I am so mad that they canceled that movie.
Well, you lit a fire, Seth.
Oh my goodness. WB hates money.
Well, we know this.
They hate money.
We know this.
They hate money so much. Like, you have Into the Spider-Verse is arguably the best Spider-Man movies ever created.
Right.
Better than everyone. Nothing is above those things. And it's universally loved by everybody. Even the people who don't like Miles because, we don't need a black Spider-Man. Why can't he be? No, they don't care. They love this movie.
Right.
Both of them. We cannot wait for the third one to come out.
Yeah, I've been waiting a long time, I feel.
Yeah. You see how everybody loves that. Everyone keeps talking about how we love Batman Beyond, and we would love to see Batman Beyond come back. So anytime they tease us with Terry McGinnis somewhere and something, those things sell out.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to make a Batman Beyond movie in the same style as Into the Spider-Verse. The people working on Into the Spider-Verse were going to work on the Batman Beyond movie. So it's not like somebody's copying them. It's the ones who made this masterpiece and wants to make another masterpiece. No, we don't want to do that. No, we're not doing it. They robbed us.
Wow.
We were robbed of greatness.
Now that's something that a lot of people have actually and maybe legitimately kind of gotten on me for, that I've been like, you know what, like enough people have not meanly said it, but said it in a way where I'm kind of like, you know what, there's something to this. I've never gotten into Batman Beyond. I've never really tried to get into Batman Beyond. And the more I hear about it, the more I'm like, maybe I need to. I don't know anything about it. I honestly don't.
Did you like the Batman the animated series cartoons?
Is
Okay. Did you enjoy the Justice League cartoons?
Yes, I did. I've enjoyed most of the animated stuff that's come out.
Well, I'm talking strictly the
You mean the
animated
old
series.
school? Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a direct continuation of those stories
Okay.
made by Bruce Timm. So it's the same team.
So is it an original cartoon? It's not not based on a comic book?
Yes, Batman Beyond is an original cartoon
Okay.
that they made the comics based on that cartoon.
All right. Because I remember like Batman Beyond when I remember seeing when it came out. I didn't see it, but I remember when it came out, and I remember thinking like it feels kind of like when Marvel did their 2099 characters.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Like it's Spider-Man 29, which I thought looked freaking awesome.
Yeah.
And I used to have, again, you're a kid, you don't realize you're supposed to hold on to these things. I had the very first issue of Spider-Man 2099. And but the comic itself didn't do anything for me. I never thought it was a great
It didn't
comic.
hold on you. Yeah. This I suggest you should give it a try.
Yeah, at least check it out
Because
at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say give it 5 episodes.
That sounds about right. I remember like even like Star Wars, the Clone Wars, took me a little bit. Like you'd think I would have been into that from the beginning, but much like Batman the movie, they had a movie come out that was supposed to kind of set the tone for the series, and the movie wasn't great. And then I saw the show came out, and the first few episodes were fine, but I was like, I don't think I'm gonna get into this. And by the time it ended, I was like an emotional wreck. I was like, I love this. This is the like, oh, it got so good over the seasons.
Ooh, you know what? No, watch Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker. Watch that movie.
I've heard about okay, and then they're probably all on HBO Max.
I think it is, but yeah, go ahead and watch that movie. And if you like that movie, you'll like the series.
Right. So a couple of things. So The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises. All right, let's get back to our movies here. So Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises. The Dark Knight and Rises both feature two villains that are making these grandiose plans. One on a very large scale, but complicated, and one on a very small scale, but complicated. And do any of these plans that the Joker and Bane, obviously, or even you could Talia al Ghul as well, come up with? I'm trying to think. Like, are they in the moment when you were watching them? Did they ever come across to you as being a little too convenient, that everything lined up exactly as they wanted them to?
Yes, but it works for these characters specifically because of how genius they are.
Right.
How much planning it goes into them taking on Batman. So things being convenient for us, it's a plan for someone who's a genius who says, you know what? they know the psychology of of this person. So the whole thing with the Joker is there's people trying to figure out who he is or what he was doing before. One theory is that he did stuff like this for the government.
Right.
Like he was like a special ops personnel who was able to read people, who worked on psychological profiling and tried to understand the human mind.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what seemed outlandish and didn't make sense but was convenient, that's just him reading people and knowing how people are going to react.
Right.
So it's like when they react this way, I know it's going to work. This is what's going to happen. So I'm going to plan. I plan for these things to happen.
Right.
With Bane has always been the type of person who's very militant. His military is, or the people who work for him, they follow his orders to the T, and they almost never fail.
Right.
You know, so him knowing so much, finding out so much information, because when it comes to Batman as a whole, information is power, right? And you use it to your advantage. You know, you have somebody who's been studying you for years that you don't know about at all, finally comes out, and everything that you're trying to do doesn't work. You don't know if he knows these things or if it's like he's just this good.
Mm-hmm.
So everything that seemed convenient, if you're looking from the aspect of like not seeing these guys as geniuses, then yeah, it doesn't make sense. And it's like, that's just convenient. Well, that's just convenient. But if you look at it from the aspect of like knowing how smart these guys are, it's like, wow, these guys really made sure their plans were going to work.
Right. And that's, like I said, I think if you know the characters, sorry, I took a drink and it went down the wrong tube. But I've always kind of said, like, when you're making a film, you have to find this fine line between making a film for the comic book fan base and making a film for the general audience. Because go ahead.
But I think the general audience should also try to understand how smart somebody is.
I get
Whether like if you don't worry about the comics, like if you're looking at a film and seeing a villain do things that you know has to be planned out,
mm-hmm.
for the things that seem convenient, you should have an arrow of, I wonder if he planned for that.
Right.
Because Jack Sparrow, all the wild things that happens with him, is like, oh no, he planned for all this. It just doesn't make sense to you, but it just happens.
I like that they addressed that in the film, in the Pirates film. Like, do you think he plans it all out, or does he just make it up as he goes? I like that they gave it like it could be either way. No, I totally get it. I loved it. Like when I watched both of them, I thought, even though there were some times when I'm like, okay, like, how would he have made that happen? But I had to kind of remember, like, I don't have to know how he made it happen. He made it happen. You know,
Right.
I loved Heath Ledger's Joker in The Dark Knight. I loved Bane in The Dark Knight Rises. The only thing about The Dark Knight Rises that I will say, I'm not on the bandwagon of, oh, how did Bruce get back to Gotham? I don't care. It's Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if he didn't if the movie ended with him not making it back. I'd have been like, wow, that was surprising. Him returning and us not knowing how. Why? What does it matter? You know he has connections all over the world. He's Bruce Wayne and Batman. He's gonna get back.
Exactly.
And we also know from even Batman Begins that he's able to just blend into anywhere he goes. He was stealing his own stuff. There's a lot of things people try to point out and say no. The only thing I'm still having trouble with The Dark Knight Rises is the entire police force going underground and getting trapped.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's got to be the dumbest police force in
Absolutely.
history.
Absolutely.
I mean, send a certain amount, sure.
Yeah, you would think that they would send like their like SWAT teams or something like. I would understand if it was just their SWAT teams or their elite officers going down there and everybody
Right.
else was up top. Sure. Like now we got rid of all your heavy hitter officers.
Right.
The rest of y'all don't really matter.
Yeah, they're
But
all
the
there.
entire police force.
Oh,
Oh God.
oh man, like
Oh,
I'm
man.
thinking like whoever's in charge here sucks at video games. Because there's always that guy that just sends everybody and just gets creamed. Like it's that is the only thing
that
I just
Gary Oldman scene of everyone.
right.
Send them all.
I can't get over that one. I can't get over that part. It just felt like we need to get rid of the cops. How do we do it?
Yeah.
And that was
And-
the best they could come up with.
Unfortunately, these dumb decisions happen like that, and not in real life, but I'm talking about like movie wise.
Right.
Yeah.
I will say there's some great scenes. The Dark Knight, my favorite is once the Joker's in the interrogation room. The back and forth that he has with Batman is off the chart good. I mean, to start off, the guts it took to start off with a legitimate like joke where he's like, you don't hit a guy in the head. And then so Batman
Everything gets all
smashes his hand and he goes, see? it was classic. I mean, the first time we see the Joker also is epic. The magic trick, making the pencil disappear. That's one of my wife's favorite moments from that whole movie. And when you see it happening in real time, there's the pencil, and then he goes away, and you're like, where'd the pencil go? Like it's so good. And The Dark Knight Rises has a scene that, as a former football player, like kind of terrified me in the moment when the whole scene at the football stadium. When they
was just dropping.
and the guy scores a touchdown, but the field's just collapsing behind him. And somebody said to me one time, he's like, how did he not know all that's going on behind him? I'm like, the same way a professional football player can know when to go on without hearing the quarterback because the crowd's screaming at 1,000 decibels. I'm like, go to a football stadium, hear how loud it is there. And these professionals, one of the things they learn to do is block that out. As a baseball player, you learn to block out the distractions and the sounds around you. So I didn't find that to be all that weird. Your one job was to get in that end zone, regardless of what was going on behind
Get
you.
the ball and run.
Right. Yeah. So, but that whole scene was crazy good. And then having Bane address the crowd and everything. Very, very good. What's maybe for you, like the hospital scene in The Dark Knight? What for you is like that scene that like if someone says The Dark Knight, what's one of the first things that comes to mind?
Man, there's a few. The scene where the Joker addresses all the mob bosses.
Yeah.
Where he burns the money.
With the guy on top. It was,
Yeah.
I think they cut that from the theatrical release, but the guy that ran off that Batman had to go get from Hong Kong is on top of the money in a deleted scene, but in the film all you see is him burning the money. But the guy's on there too. The squealer.
So yeah, that like again, the hospital scene, and then the dinner scene where he shows up, and he's got everybody there, and he's asking where's Harvey, and then he throws Rachel out the window.
Yeah.
Poor choice of words.
Yeah. Yeah. That movie's also kind of heartbreaking with the way that the Joker knew that Batman, and it's scary to think why he knew, but the Joker knew Batman was going for Rachel so told him how to get to Harvey instead.
Yeah.
And then the police
I-
force goes
I-
after Rachel.
I knew it was happening. I was like, he told them the right addresses. Just give
Yep.
an order.
Oh, that was rough.
And again, that goes to the genius of somebody knowing somebody so well. It's like,
Yep.
I know who you're going to go after.
Which
So
also
I'm
kind of
going to destroy you.
doesn't that also kind of give you the idea that without saying it, it tells you that this Joker also knows that Batman is Bruce Wayne?
No, he actually explains why. He explained something in the movie. He said, the way you threw yourself
Oh,
at
that's
her,
right.
I would have sworn that you were Harvey Dent.
Oh. I like my
Yeah.
theory. I do. There's something about the idea that a bad guy knows who you really are without saying it.
Mm.
Like, that's really eerie to me. I just like that idea. And yeah. All right, Seth has a funny comment here I have to read before we jump into the Snyderverse Batman. Mama said, it's always good when it starts with Mama said, your mom, wait, never mind. I didn't say anything. I think she's trying to get me to not quote her in your comments. Yet he still quoted, wait, never mind. I didn't say anything.
Oh.
Thank you for that, Seth. I appreciate you letting me know when Mama doesn't say anything. But we welcome Mama's comments, though. If Mama would like to make her voice heard on the Positively Pat Sims show, she is more than welcome. Guys, the Positively Pat Sims show, it's not just my show. It's all of our show. It's Ashton's show. It's the viewers' show. It's the listeners on WANT. I want people to feel free to speak, as long as I would prefer if you would speak respectfully and, give us some constructive criticism as opposed to what I've seen recently. But, hey, all my Superman shorts are done, so I haven't had a problem for a while. All right. So luckily, recently, what we're releasing more than anything is from our sports movies show, which is mainly about the section where Owen Carter and I talked about some comedy movies and a little bit of the Hulk Hogan thing, because we did that episode right after he passed. And we've been releasing shorts from our new Warriors Unleashed show, because I think there's a lot of good, meaningful content in that show that's worth sharing and worth getting out.
Absolutely is. I've seen it, and it's really good.
Appreciate that. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm very proud of Warriors Unleashed. I'm looking forward to more episodes. And we tied in last night's show with today's show. If you missed last night's show, it's titled Why Do We Fall? From Batman Begins, where Thomas Wayne tells Bruce, why do we fall? So we can learn to pick ourselves back up. So that was last night's episode. But let's get into the Snyderverse here with Batfleck. And when Christian Bale was announced as being the new Batman, the entire collective world went, huh? When Michael Keaton was announced as Batfleck, as Batman, the internet broke and there was no internet. Nobody was happy about that decision, because Keaton was looked at as a comedic performer at that time by a lot of people, and thought, oh crap, they're going the campy route again. Val Kilmer was announced, and a lot of people applauded that one. To be fair, most people didn't have a problem with that. George Clooney was announced, and every woman in America was like, I'm okay, fine, I'll go see Batman. But when Ben Affleck was announced as Batman, the online world erupted, and there were petitions signed and sent to Warner Brothers to recast The Dark Knight for Batman.
People really hated Daredevil.
Yep. And it's really what it was based on. It's really just based on the fact that Daredevil didn't do well. I actually didn't have a problem with Ben Affleck's version of like how he portrayed his version of the character.
I don't think there was much wrong with it either.
No, I
You
mean,
know?
he was blind. He was a lawyer.
I mean, if you didn't like the overall story of the movie, sure,
Right.
But that ain't his fault. I mean, if you judge his performance as Daredevil, it's like it wasn't bad.
Right. And I was
His martial arts could have been better, sure, but
yeah.
you know,
Yeah. But I'll say this.
that's nitpicky.
What I will say is that what happened with Ben Affleck and Batman has forever changed how I handle hearing about casting of characters. At this point, I no longer make any judgments of how an actor is going to be as a character until I see it. Because I think had Robert Pattinson been cast as Batman before Ben Affleck, I would have ripped that casting to shreds. You're telling me the Twilight guy?
Absolutely. And then like the set photos that we saw coming out, he looked all like homeless and whatnot. I'm
Yeah.
like, ugh.
Like,
Really? Ugh.
I'd been like, oh, good, we get a glittered Batman. Like, I would have freaked out. But because, obviously, you can see it here, you can see it here, I thought Ben Affleck crushed it. I thought
Ben Affleck is the greatest Batman and Bruce Wayne.
And I know it's
To me.
yeah, I know that there's elements that are comic book accurate. There's some that aren't, but this is obviously based more on the Dark Knight Returns version of Batman. I love Alfred in this one. I love Alfred's sarcastic tones dealing with Batman.
Oh yeah.
I love though that he is legitimately a cool, like, he takes the reins of things. Like he'll fly the Batwing, he'll take over, he'll do this, he'll do that, and it still has one of my favorite moments between Batman and Alfred, and it's a simple moment. It's forgotten about. When they made The Flash, they forgot about it. Okay, because Batman has the worst scene in that movie with Ben Affleck where he's tied up with the lasso and he's like, "I don't say thank you," and blah blah, and which is horse crap. But he gets in the Batwing, and Alfred's like, "Okay, I've already done this and this and this for you," and he's like, "I thank you, Alfred. I don't deserve you." And then Alfred, of course, just comes right back. "No, sir, you don't." It was such a good line. But I love that this Batman, again, it felt like a Batman that I could relate to.
Yeah, this felt like a more authentic Batman,
Right.
Especially with those two interactions,
Yep.
his interactions with Alfred for real.
Yeah. And people are like, "Oh, he was too dark. He was too violent." And it's like, are you not getting what version you're getting here? Like, and
It's not even that. Like you hear the jokes all the time where it says like if you go up against Batman, then you're going to end up. He doesn't kill you, but he puts you in a hospital where your medical bills will kill you.
Right.
So like the jokes are there that he's so hyper violent with like the most nonsensical stuff, but this is too violent for you when he's going up against guys trying to shoot him.
Yeah. But again, this is a grizzled veteran. This is not. This was not an origin story. This was a Batman that's been doing his thing for a very long time. We even get a hint at Bruce Wayne in Man of Steel. There's a Wayne Tech satellite out in space, and the way that they tied in at the beginning of Batman v Superman with Man of Steel, I thought was beautiful. I thought it was just really well done. But we got to see what has become a really good. I love the suit. Like, it took a little bit, but the big symbol in the middle, it looks like it's an intimidating suit. It looks like it does have, and we know it has armor in it, but it doesn't look like it's as restrictive as what we'd seen in the past with the Joel Schumacher and Tim Burton Batman. It didn't look like it was as tactical as the Dark Knight version, where but it did look, like I said, it was very intimidating. And Ben Affleck just he pulled it off, and we got to also see the big metal suit.
Yeah, his battle armor.
Right, which is I'm still trying to figure out essentially kind of why he wore it. I guess it would be a little bit of protection as Superman's coming out of his Krypton, the kryptonite thing.
Well, even with Superman weakened from the kryptonite poison, he's still extremely strong.
That's
So,
true.
like, I don't. Well, yeah, because the eyes lit up, so it has servos and everything in there. So it did give him extra strength and whatnot. But yeah, he's still pretty strong, even though he doesn't have kryptonite or the kryptonite was affecting him.
Right.
So.
And one of the keys to Batman v Superman that I think gets lost as a Batman film and even as a Superman film, that again I kind of got a lot of flack for this, and I'll defend this every day. Right, the new Superman movie, which again I said I rewatched, I liked it better the second time around. It gained a good, at least 1 point, maybe a little bit more in my review, in my new review that I'll do. So it did improve a little bit. But one of the keys to that film is Superman embracing his humanity, and that no matter what his past is or anything like that, he makes the best choices that he can, because that's what being human is all about. One of the biggest issues with Batman v Superman in the film is that Batman doesn't see Clark Kent as a human being. He sees him as the alien, that the all-powerful alien that could destroy the world if he wanted, which is very, very true. There is a lot of comic accuracy to that, because it's made clear in a lot of different comic books that Superman is exactly that powerful and chooses not to, and actually will pull back on his powers. And
I think
yeah,
that before he sees them as human, I don't think he knows that Clark Kent is Superman
no,
at the time.
no.
So I think that's probably also why he doesn't see him as having any humanity.
I think it wasn't until a little bit later, like when he realizes, when the Martha scene happens, that's gotten blown out of proportion.
Yeah.
I think the scene is fine. I don't have a problem with it. But when Lois Lane shows up, and so now Batman may have known. I mean, we do know that Batman in this film is doing detective work. He is doing a lot of things. He figures a lot of stuff out. But what's really crazy is, as smart as Batman is and as much detective work as he's doing, again, going back to Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, Lex Luthor is just playing both of them like marionettes throughout the whole film, and even Batman doesn't realize it. And by the time they face off, Superman knows it, but there's so much rage in Batman, he's not willing to listen at that point to anything Superman has to say. Because he already watched Batman or Superman, in his mind, kill a bunch of people, and just in Wayne Tower alone. So, but the fact that he doesn't see him as that, and then recognizes him as that, and I believe from there on out, Batman, or Bruce Wayne, refers to Superman as Clark.
Yep.
So the idea, people like to throw out, I don't like, this is better because of this. This is better. They both movies do address Superman's humanity. He grew up here. He views himself just as much human as he does Kryptonian, if not more so. Martha is his mother. Jonathan was his father. So, but Batman, we don't get a lot of Batman right off the bat, which is good. But when we do, Batman v Superman provides us with some of the most epic Batman scenes ever put to film. from
Yes, sir.
from the Batmobile chase scene that introduces us to their version of the Batmobile that is epic, to what Ashton will agree is the greatest Batman fight scene of all time, which is the warehouse fight scene as Batman is saving Martha.
Yep.
I mean, go ahead, Ashton. I'm going to let you talk about it because I've talked about it a lot.
Oh man, this scene is what every Batman fan has ever wanted. In this scene, you see him use the shadows. He uses technology to his advantage by disabling all their weapons. And then he showcases his fighting abilities against a group of people who aren't fighting him one at a time.
Right.
No, they're all attacking him all at once.
Yeah, it's not
And
that
then-
typical superhero like one guy. Everybody waits while one at a time they come in.
No, they're all trying to kill him at the same time, throwing grenades, all shooting at him or trying to shoot at him and whatnot, or just everything about it is what people wanted. Everything that's praiseworthy about the Arkham series games, where the free flow fight system that was created
Yep.
specifically to work with Batman, he fights like that in this movie.
Right.
You know, you show his monstrous strength when he picks up that giant crate and just throws it. So that's like you look at him like he's a supernatural being, because in your head, there's no way a human can pick up a giant crate like that and just throw it across a room. Batman did it.
Yep.
People die? Yeah, well, it's going to happen. But who at this point, who cares? That fight scene was absolutely perfect.
I like the scene or the part of that where he actually gives a guy a rock bottom.
Oh yeah.
I was like, wow, they threw that in there. And then of course he gets into the room where Martha is with the Russian, and there's a scene taken. The scene there is taken basically directly from the comic, and there's even an animated Dark Knight Returns, which is really, really good. Peter Weller voices Batman and Bruce Wayne, and I loved it. I'm there for it.
Yeah.
Where he says, like, I'll do it. I'll kill her. And Batman goes, I believe you. And then he shoots the gas canister and then covers Martha with his cape.
Yeah.
The magic Batman cape.
I think that was that might have been a callback to
Batman Forever.
the
liquid cape.
That been a Batman Forever callback.
Yeah, I've thought about that. I'm thinking of him underneath clicking on his belt like Val Kilmer did, and just the liquid thing. Like, I'm all right. It's Batman.
But you know what no one talks about
What's
is
that?
Batman's introduction in this movie, where the cops are chasing down somebody, and he ends up inside like a warehouse or something like that.
Yeah.
And the cops are like just looking for him, and they see the guy, and he's in fear, he's in shock, and then you see the brand on his chest,
Right.
and the cops look around like, what happened? And he just looks up at the corner, and this dark spot is just there. And then Batman's hanging in the ceiling, and he gets off 2 shotgun shots, close range. He dodges them and then flies out the top.
Yeah.
And that right there, that you don't know how a person can do that.
Yeah. It was awesome.
And
So it was super awesome. Yeah, I remember seeing that and thinking, this is like a horror movie. Like, it kind of reminded me of a horror movie where the demon's up in the corner of the room waiting to pounce. And I was like, oh, man. Like, that's crazy. But, yeah. No, Ben Affleck, amazing. And we go past Justice League. Zack Snyder's Justice League, which is a better iteration of Batman. Not jokey Batman, not trying to get a laugh Batman. This is a Batman that's trying to kind of do right After the events of Batman v Superman, he's taken a lot of responsibility for things. He's trying to be the leader of this team that he's trying to put together, because after seeing, meeting with Lex, he knows something's up. Something's coming. And that something is Steppenwolf, followed by an even bigger threat in Darkseid, which unfortunately we're not going to see.
Yeah.
But the Zack Snyder version of this is just absolutely incredible. It's a trek. It's a journey. It takes a long time to get through, but it's definitely worth it. It is the version of Justice League. For those that want to remember the Snyderverse, and I almost treated it like church. I'm like, remember the Snyderverse and keep it holy. But that would not be appropriate. But we get the cool little I forget what they call it, but it's his little tactical suit at the end that's very kind of reminiscent of the Watchmen. And there's a character in there that has a similar, like the ears don't go straight up anymore; they kind of sleek back a little bit.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, the Batmobile makes a return, a little bit of an upgrade with some of its weaponry. It's got a big
after
cannon.
you ripped apart.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
you gotta do something, right?
and they got that big giant ship that they fly. I don't even know what that's called. I'm sure it's in my book.
Yeah, and that same. Oh no, there's something else that Cyborg was he was controlling, but it was one of Batman's.
Oh yeah, the Nightcrawler.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And then we get to see like that big tank thing at the end that he's standing on in a scene, and again a scene kind of taken from The Dark Knight Returns. I forget what that's called too, but yeah, it's like giant tank. Like, where is he keeping all this crap? Like it's got to be hard to hide some of that stuff. Like, how do you not follow a giant tank to figure out where Batman is? Like, it's funny. It is funny to me. But all right, we got to quickly go here. So I'm just gonna say I am a huge fan of. I mean, Michael Keaton is near and dear to my heart. Obviously, you can see my son made a thing for me on the corner there with Batman and Beetlejuice. Batman will always have a soft spot in the Michael Keaton version. Ben Affleck it's going to be hard to top Ben Affleck's Batman. I'll just be honest.
Yeah,
for me.
Absolutely.
And the Batman, I'm going to give it credit, tried. And there's a lot I liked about the Batman. I thought Robert Pattinson understood his assignment. Did a very, very good job with emo Bruce Wayne.
Yeah.
But one of my favorite things was the realness of it and the honesty of it. When this Batman takes off his cowl, there's still eye black on.
Right.
The first ever to do that. Everybody else takes it off and whoo, clean face. Like, wow. Like, I know that Bruce Wayne's smart and he's got a lot of cool tech. I didn't know that tech existed. In Batman Returns, you can literally see the moment where Michael Keaton's eye black comes off just before he rips the mask off.
Yeah.
I'm like, we know he does it. And just, it's okay to show it. But they did in this one, and it was cool. They even show him putting it on beforehand. And you want to talk about you want to talk about a cool introduction. And first of all, I really like that slow little dun 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 dun. Like,
yeah,
I had goosebumps. And
that goes back to our earlier thing talking about like music for Batman. Certain ones are just iconic where you just can't forget it, where others I just can't think about it. But that one.
Right. Yeah. And so we get these criminals that are all scared because they see the signal in the sky. And Batman's got everybody kind of freaking out because you never know where he is. He's always in the shadows. And so guys will stop committing crime just because they think he might be in the shadow over there. And that's a really cool aspect of the Batman. And then when he does show up, he doesn't fly in and take anybody out. It kind of reminded me a bit more of Batman with Michael Keaton, where he just kind of, I'm not in a rush here. In Batman, he propels down. He even makes a show of it by flailing his cape out and then just slowly walks up behind these two guys. And in this one, he just walks out from the shadows. Isn't some big dramatic moment and then just wipes everybody out. And I'm pretty sure the guy he punched 12 or 13 times is still suffering the effects to this day. But it was a really cool moment. And then that movie was really, really good. The only issue I have with it is it's very long, and it feels very long.
Yeah, it does feel like it does draw out.
Yeah. I don't mind a long film. I don't. Like I said, I like Zack Snyder's Justice League. I like Avengers Endgame. I like all these. I like long movies. I like the Lord of the Rings extended versions. Braveheart. I like those films because
Yeah, but you don't want to sit there and feel like you're dragging to get to the end.
right. I don't want to feel like it's long, and that's what unfortunately this film. By the time it was to the big climax, I'm like, we're still going. Like, I'm thinking, when are we just going to hit this cliffhanger and pick it up on the next episode, the next Bat time, same Bat channel? Like, yeah, it just kept going. And I thought it could have been trimmed up a little bit. Better pacing. But
Yeah.
Catwoman was different, but was good.
Mhm.
I liked the take on the character. I liked Penguin. Colin Farrell, that no one who would ever know it was frickin' Colin Farrell.
So good he got his own TV show that crushed it.
Right. There's been nothing. I don't think I've ever heard a bad thing about that Penguin series, and that's coming from the fact that I see nothing but division everywhere. Right, you're either in one camp or another, and luckily the Batman tends to kind of fall in the middle there. And I know there's a lot of DCU people that are actually kind of pulling for his version to be in the DCU, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not. I'm hoping that's not the case. I don't want him to be the DCU's version of Batman.
No, and the way
his
that
Elseworld story,
right.
on its own.
And the way he's presented and the way the stories are told there and everything, I don't think that it would be a good fit for James Gunn's universe that he's creating. I do think Batman needs to be that 180 of Superman, though. I don't want to see Batman coming in bright and colorful. But that's just a personal preference. I like this. I keep forgetting that's not a mirror image. I like this kind of Batman. I like that stoic look, that like he's always contemplating something. Right? If he's not in action, he always looks like he's thinking of what's coming. Because that's Batman.
I think for me, if he can capture the Justice League animated series version, I think that would be the perfect Batman for the DCU. Because while he is stoic and he's always doing stuff, he's still interactive enough where like he talks, he has a personality,
right?
And he still commands. He has a commanding presence as well.
All right, guys. Hey, before we wrap this up, there's one thing I want to see, and I want you to give me yours too. So think about, what is something that you've seen in a Batman comic, a Batman TV show, cartoon, that you want to see recreated, a moment that you want to see recreated in a live-action Batman. And I'm going to give you mine, and it's actually a humorous moment where Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman are all holding the lasso of truth. And Superman says, "I am Clark Kent, Kal-El. Wonder Woman says, "I am Diana of Themyscira," or whatever, and and then Batman goes, "I'm Batman." That tells you everything you need to know about Batman.
Yeah.
When Bruce Wayne becomes Batman, Bruce Wayne no longer exists. So that means when he said I'm Batman, that was the 100% truth. It wasn't I'm Batman / Bruce Wayne. It's I'm
Right.
Batman. I love that. I would love to see. I would actually cheer if they did that in a film. I would.
Yeah,
Ashton,
that'd be great.
what's something from other media stuff that you would like to see happen in a live action Batman?
Oh man. I honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Like, to think about it, like right now, I don't know.
Batman versus Predator. That was a legit comic book
No,
series.
actually, yes, I do
good.
know. I do
What's
know.
up? What do you got?
I want to see Red Hood show up and beat Batman in their first meeting, or like not beat him up, but or like outsmart him.
Right. Red Hood's in the Three Jokers comic book series, and plays a pivotal part in that. I love the character. Love the character of Red Hood. I like what that character means to Batman and the whole Bat family and stuff. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that based on what I'm seeing from James Gunn thus far, I think the Bat family is going to be a thing. I think I don't think Batman's gonna be solo. I don't think he's gonna be solo at all.
Yeah, his movie, The Brave and the Bold, is gonna have Damian Wayne. So
Right.
if Damian Wayne's there, that means all the other Robins are.
Have already come and gone.
Yeah.
Right. But that means we don't get to see the Joker bashing the
They might mention it.
yeah. Well, they did in Batman v Superman. That was highly like teased with the whole just the
Yeah.
Robin suit, the joke's on you, Batman. But I do like the idea. Another thing that I think would be really cool before we sign out here is the idea of the multiple Jokers thing. I would love to see that put to the screen. But let it be part of like a long-term storyline.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, don't just throw it out there right away. You know, let that be kind of a long-term thing. But yeah, I want to see Batman succeed like I want to see Superman succeed. Like I never wish ill on anybody. I'm not going to sit here and go, "Oh, I hope the DCU dies before Batman gets theirs," because I would rather see him do this or that. No. I'm not that way. I'm not that kind of person. I would rather see the DCU become successful because it's giving us good quality content that hopefully Marvel has gotten the idea. I think 2025's actually been a good year quality-wise for Marvel. Better than the box office is telling us, because I thought Fantastic Four was fantastic. I thought Thunderbolts deserved way more love than it got. And Captain America was a much better movie than it got credit for. All three really good this year. And I think Captain America and Thunderbolts are available on Disney Plus. So if you haven't seen them, I definitely recommend. You gotta check them out. And as soon as if you haven't gotten to the theater like we did to go see Fantastic Four, as soon as you can, check it out. Marvel is, I think, course correcting in a good way. And Fantastic Four is a standalone film where you don't really have to see anything that comes after it. You don't have to see anything that came before it, and you can enjoy it and have fun with it. Thunderbolts is a little different.
That's what I like about it.
Yeah, Thunderbolts is a little different. If you've never seen anything before Captain America: Brave New World, you might be pretty confused at everything you're seeing. but it's still good. Still worth checking out. And I'm excited about the future of Batman. Hopefully Batman 2 does become a reality. I know that the script is completed. I don't know if it's a final script, but a script has been completed. I'd be interested to know where this character goes as an Elseworlds project. But anytime you tell me Batman's going to be in a film, I will be there to support it, and I will be there to cheer it on and wish it nothing but success. And to be fair, I did the same thing with Superman. All right. I'll applaud and I'll praise everything that it achieves, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm only on one side of a fence. Like, no, I want to see it do well. I wish David Corn Sweat nothing but have a long run as Superman, and but I will say I want Henry Cavill to get a good role somewhere that I can just sink my teeth into, like bring back the Cavalrine. I know he's doing Highlander.
Oh yeah, he is.
And I'm very much looking forward to seeing him in Highlander. I hope that can be successful. I
think he's still doing his Warhammer movie.
Yes, because he loves Warhammer.
Oh yeah,
he is a huge gamer. He's a huge game guy, and he will probably, for a very long time, he will be my Superman. I love Christopher Reeve. I know there's a lot of iterations of Superman. People like Lois and Clark. People like
Not anymore.
What's that?
Not anymore.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Well, what's the other one? Superman and Lois, is that the other one? The newer one?
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of people liked him.
Oh yeah. He's a really good one.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Adventures of Lois and Clark. Yeah, everybody's like, yeah.
Yeah, Dean Cain is
that guy can go away now.
Yeah, he's dropped down a few pegs. I thought Brandon Routh didn't get a chance to really show what he could do apart from a good Christopher Reeve impersonation.
He actually did in the Arrowverse crossover. His version of Superman that came back.
Yeah, I heard good things about that.
Nothing but good.
But I love Henry Cavill as Superman. He is, and probably will be for a long time, my Superman. But it doesn't mean I don't want David Corn Sweat to be a long-term Superman, find success and everything. I don't like when guys step into a character and then they're just brushed aside, and another guy gets brought in like a factory, and it's just like, oh, you're done in time with the next guy. And Batman went through that too. Superman's gone through that, and I kind of want things to settle down. Right? I want to have one guy doing one part for a while, and be happy. So, all right, guys, we are over our time limit. But luckily, like I said, nothing follows us on WANT on Saturday mornings, and on YouTube I can go all day if I want, but we're not going to. So what I want to do right now is thank everyone for joining us here on WANT and YouTube for the Positively Pat Sims show. And again, we're not sponsored by these guys, but I promise them, because they make the most excellent products. We bought from them at the fair again this year for the second time, and that is Redbeards. So if you go to getredbeards.com, you can follow them on Instagram at getredbeards. You can buy the most delicious, amazing dry rubs and hot sauces. We bought their hottest one this weekend. I used it Thursday when I broke my 89-hour fast. I used it on my chicken. Yeah, that sucked. But it was worth it. It was a great thing. It really helped get my discipline back in check and my dedication back in check. And I used it on my chicken. It was amazing. I used the steak seasoning on the porterhouses I made Thursday for dinner for the family. It's incredible stuff. So go there to getredbeards.com and use the promo code MAKESITBETTER for 10% off your next order of Redbeard's products. So make sure you do that. And then while you're out online, while you're out online. Does that make sense? Go over to positivelypatsims.printful.me and get your Positively Pat Sims merch. And we've got a special thing going on right now where the first 100 orders get a very special surprise from me personally. So I don't know if that's any incentive to go buy anything, but I want to do something nice for the first 100 people that order from the store. My mom bought this shirt in black with that cartoon image you see over there of me on it. So he's behind the logo. And she wore it to the fair. I wore this shirt to the fair. We didn't tell each other we were doing that. So it was kind of cool. Mother and son wearing Positively Pat Sims Show merch to the OC fair. It was a good time. So, guys, thank you so much for all of your support. Make sure if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button and click that little bell to follow us. Make sure you come back to WANT. Go to WANTradio.com and you'll be able to find our full schedule of shows that are available on WANT so that you don't ever miss one. And you can check out some of the great content from Casey, Benny, Ken Doers, Wendy, Bobby, a whole host of people, and even more to come. And we are live on WANT every Friday night at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern for Warriors Unleashed, and every morning at 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. For 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern. For this, the Positively Pat Sims Show, I want to thank my special guest and co-host, Ashton Harris, who got good sleep this morning.
Oh, no, sleep wasn't good.
Oh, it wasn't good. Oh, it wasn't good. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
It was just, you just had one of those nights.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We've all been there. We've all been there. And I did get your text message, and I'm going to tell the whole world, Ashton doesn't have to apologize for nothing. Nothing. Well, yet.
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 There's gonna be something.
All right, guys. Hey, don't forget, later today at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern is our honest review of the Netflix docu-series Fit for TV, The Reality of the Biggest Loser. If you thought my Superman honest review was controversial, you ain't seen nothing yet. With this one,
man, I was like, I gotta check that one out.
This one's gonna be fun. I have thoughts about all of it. So, guys, thank you so much for joining us. Next week, we will be doing our Clash in Paris WWE preview show right here with more special guests. We'll give you all of our predictions of that big event that actually takes place Sunday because they're over in Europe. So I believe it's like Sunday at 11 o'clock is when the show will air, which means we will not, unfortunately, be able to do a live reaction show, an honest review of it immediately following, because I'm not going to get home until the show's at least 3/4 of the way over, and that won't give me enough time to watch the whole thing before we do that. So you're going to have to just settle for the preview show, folks. Sorry to say. So anyways, guys, have a great one. Thank you again, Ashton. Have a great rest of your weekend. And I will see all of you later tonight, hopefully. But at least we'll see all of you, plus the WWE fans and followers, next weekend right here on the Positively Pat Sims Show. And right here broadcasting live on WANT Radio, where if you want it, we got it. And live streaming here with live chat on YouTube. So let's close this out the way we always do, guys. Take it easy. And if it's easy,
Take it twice.
take it twice, people. Love you guys. We'll see you next time. Later.
The lights are dim, but the room still hums with echoes of laughter and the moments we spun. Every honest word is like a stone in a stream. It rippled, it lingered, it shaped our dreams.